Okay, so I was trying to make sure I had all the things working, and you guys are here because you guys want to see. you guys want to see some Creativation swag. So I do have my little cart over here. I don't know if I can. I don't think I can adjust it so y'all can see it. Maybe I can adjust this one, and then I'll have to readjust it because yeah, it is a thing. And I kind of want to let you see this the cart of things. Let me see if I can. I'm trying to do this so that it looks decent. Oh, and I forgot to hit the recording button because I also want to kind of try to break down some of these into shorter versions for later on for you guys, so it'll be easier for you to find the things. And I do plan on putting chapter markers in so you can see the different things after the fact. So if you are joining in and you're seeing the replay now, I do plan on putting that stuff in. Planning, a lot of that depends on time, right? Which is one reason why I'm doing this now instead of waiting. I got so many things on my plate that I want to do. I want to play with all the stuff, but yeah. Okay, so just started the recording there. Hey, Mr. Jim. Hello, Miss Lisa. Hello, everybody. I will go back into the chat. Let me go back up to the top. Miss Jana, and I already gave you a shout out, honey. So if you're not already following Jana, go ahead and do that. That's J. Marie Designs. Hello, Miss Anna Kudig. Hello, Miss Avenger Fox. Over on the Twitch. Lisa Acker, and Jim Eber, and Jen all have said hello in the chat so far. So welcome in, all of you guys. I am so happy to see y'all. And now I'm going to try to focus and do the thing that I said I was going to do. Camera. I don't think I can do it. Yeah, that's going to turn off that other camera. Anyway, I'm going to try it. Let's see if this does anything. I don't know. I'm switching the scenes real quick. So here's my cart of goodies. And like I said, I did try to put everything kind of, this is going to be so messed up. Hey, Miss Gloria, welcome in. Lots of new names today. Absolutely. Okay, Terry says, I'm here now. Let's see all the goodies. I've also put to the side a bin so I can put them away once I pull them out. So since it's at the front, and I need to make sure I've got my list so I can check things off. Did I bring that in here? I don't see it in here. There's a couple of things that I know that you guys have already seen that I may not have in this that I may have put. Ah, there's one. More stuff. Yes, more stuff. So this first one here, I'm going ahead because it's not where I need to make anything. It's just to show y'all the stuff. So this was, and to fix my camera. The cutie says, wowza. Okay, so this is first off, if you watched any of the live stream stuff, well, basically the one, I think there were actually 2 live streams from Creativation. The first one was right at the beginning where it actually, you were able to actually see something. After that, my Wi-Fi just did not work. But this is from Craft Express. So Vic from Craft Express, love him. He's actually the guy that has the sublimation tumblers. Like, this is actually one of his products. This is one of his blanks. So he's got the blanks, he's got papers, he's got all the machinery to be able to make all the things, the heat presses, all of that stuff. He does not do the markers. That's Artesprix. And I've got some stuff from her too that you're going to be excited to see. But Vic, he is an absolute hoot. I love him to death. I really do. Thank you so much, Mr. Jim. Yeah, if you're not already a member here, or if you're not already subscribed to my YouTube channel, hit the subscribe button so that you get notified every time I go live and show a video and all the things. And if you're not already following me on Twitch, I'd love you to do the same because I am streaming to both right now. Anyway, Vic gave this out to a few of us. I've got other stuff from him. Yeah, the tumblers I've had the last couple of years that I use anytime I'm going. I've got like the small thermos ones. This I like because of the part of it's the handle. And it's bigger. And yeah, it's been washed. So was like, did I leave water in there last time? But no. So this is one of the blanks from his company, and it's where this is a printed thing, words. Oh God, Anne, love you, honey. It's got to be Anne because she's the one that does this. Daffy is taking over the stream again.
No, as I was saying.
Welcome in, Anne. So anyway, this is one of the goodies that I got. Okay, so I've got another new thermos, new tumbler that I get to use. Hey, Miss Bethany, welcome in. Oh, lovely migraine. No. Only time I wind up with a migraine is if I have been drinking coffee and then I miss it for a day because you forgot whatever, or things happen and you just never got around to drinking a cup. So if you have coffee addiction like I do, caffeine addiction, go drink you a cup of coffee. It might help. Okay, so that's one thing, and now that's off my list. Hey, Miss Norma. Next, we've got some goodies from AdTech. Now, you might remember, I think it was last year or the year before, they gave me one of these. This is a cordless mini glue gun. Okay. Clear glue sticks. The glue sticks are fabulous. They are very good. It's very good adhesive. I don't do a lot of hot gluing, but I do take them out every once in a while. So, but this is a cordless, and it's nice and small, and love it. But this time they sent me the Big Mama. They sent me the Big Mama. I have not tried this out yet. You can see it's still in the packaging. I can say right now I like the switch better. Hey, Sharon. This switch, it does change the light color, but I'll be honest, and actually this one looks different than the one I've got out. I've got a couple of these, and it's where the color changes. This one does have on off. The one that I've been using, because like I said, I have not used this one yet, has got basically color change to let you know whether or not it's on or off. But part of it is where it lets you know if it's charging and if it's charged. And I use it, so I don't use it often enough to really have a handle on what the colors mean. It's just the thing. I mean, I do have charging instructions that came with the others. So yeah, I've got that. Anyway, this one has got on and off. It does have a rechargeable battery, and it charges with a USB-C. Perfect. Hey, Susan Tremper. Welcome, welcome. So I got that. But then we've got this massive one that does the big ones. So we've got the mini glue sticks, and then we've got the Big Mama glue sticks. And they gave me a box of each. Yes. So those are going to be fun to play with on. They're going to be for like bigger projects that you really want to make sure adhere. This is not really something to use on cardstock. Not when it's card to card. Anyway, so let me move those out of the way. And I have a bin over here so I can make sure I put everything in the bin so I can put them away and I know what I've gone through and what I haven't. I hate the itty bitty. Well, this one's got a big one. Look at the big one. This one does have a little one, but it also says on and off right there. So you can see it. Instead of you just going by the color, which this instructions is good, it tells me the things, but I forgot I had this for my other ones. Like I said, I've got 2 more of these guys. Okay, so I think this is where they've redone some things. Yes, it's a big bin over here so I can... Okay, Anticutie says, take me with you next time, please. Well, that's kind of what I try to do via video, is to take all of y'all with me. CREATIVATION, if you are new to the concept, what that is it is a trade show. Trade shows are like, my husband has gone to CES, which is the Consumer Electronics Show. Okay, I said it right. The Consumer Electronics Show, which is where the vendors and suppliers of different types of equipment, like audio equipment, like speakers, go to that, meet up, and they decide who's going to do what products in what store. That's kind of what it's for. So he's gone to that one several times because his company makes speakers. Okay, so he's done that several times because he's been doing this stuff for what? 30 years? More? I don't know. He just was told, he just got a thing saying that he's been at his company for over 25 years. So anyhow, it's a thing. But that's what the trade shows are for. The only reason I get to go is I'm considered a creative professional, and I do the videos to try to help bring you guys together with the companies that make the stuff. And it's only the stuff that I love. Okay. So I'm hoping that you guys are getting some of that value out of what I do. So yeah, that's what I want to do. Okay. So, Susan Tremper says, hi Todd, and put a lot of bicycles on the screen and feet. He just looked at me. He didn't laugh this time, and he gave me a look. So anyway, if you are a creative professional, if you are, and yes, I am adjusting things again. If you make videos and that sort of thing, or blog posts or whatever, if you're working with any of the companies, this may be something that you might want to get involved in. There is a fee for becoming a creative professional member at NAMTA, but go to the NAMTA website and you can see if you qualify in those sort of things. I want to zoom a little bit. There we go. Okay, so next up, I'm going to bring out a few things that I got from Sizzix. Hello, Miss Stephanie. Stephanie says, I am so happy you show us all this stuff. I buy the stuff I like. Fabulous. That's what I want. Absolutely. I mean, I'm with you. I do the same thing. I'll watch Jennifer McGuire and then I'll go check out the links. It's like, I didn't know that was a thing. That's kind of like what I did recently. I recently got the Gina K. Oh goodness. It's the stencil. I forgot what it's called. I've got, anyway, it's the one where she's had the thing where you're able to, the wreath builder, okay, the wreath builder for stamps she's had for a while, but she also has one that is the wreath builder for stencils. So I just got that, and I just got the new revised one for stamps. So it's been a bear trying to do any kind of a, I know, right? It's a bear trying to get any kind of a wreath done for me. So I don't really do them much, but yes, there is a stencil builder. Yes, it's a stencil builder. I will be bringing that out at some point. I did finally put it away in my stencil binder. I showed you guys that Tuesday that I've got a stencil binder. I finally put it away Tuesday. Yeah. Okay. So the reason that they gave me this is so that I can, where's the other thing? Here's the other thing. Is so that I could try out this. Okay. So what this one is, and I watched Stacy's video to see exactly how it's supposed to work and all the things so that I could show y'all. This is called, I always have trouble finding the name. Dimensional diffuser. Now there have been diffusers before. I actually have some that I used a couple of times and then never did do anything else with them. And those are going to be going into my shop. They're basically for small 2D embossing folders, okay? And they really don't do a lot, so it's going to be dirt cheap. And I've had them, they're from Doris, I think, and I've had them for a while. This one is from Sizzix, and you're going to have to look at this. I did try it out. This is how it comes. It's very heavy duty. Okay. And if I remember right, I think she has actually different. Okay, here's the instructions. Instructions are nice. I believe that there are going to be different plates that go in here for different looks that you want to do, I think, if I remember right. Okay. So because I've got this one from Sizzix, I'm bringing out my big O. Shop links will be coming. I was planning on getting that done this morning, but I'll be on. Yesterday I had issues with my leg. I don't know what happened, but it was killing me all day. So I had zero energy to do anything. And I wound up sleeping in this morning. So I will have links and everything down below. I've got to get all of that put together for you. So that's one of the reasons why I've got my list. So I'm going to go through all the things and I will be giving you a list. Okay. Are you wanting the list to this one? Let me check and see what links I've got on the YouTube channel right now, because there should be links to my favorite stores. That stays on there always, except, dang it, this is something new. I always schedule all my things through StreamYard, and they have decided to start not pulling the general one. So let me grab a couple things out for you. I can probably do the link deli. I think I've got one of just my favorite companies. And let me grab, okay, favorite companies. Let me see if I can grab that. Okay. Hold, please. I'm going to set up a new one specifically for this video. And it's going to start off with just my favorite companies. Now, I do know that this first bit that I'm showing you, the this from Stacy Park and Sizzix, is going to be at scrapbook.com. So you should be able to find it there. And I think what I'm going to try doing is, as we go, I didn't add that. What do I want to do? Okay, I want to add a template. Favorite companies. I think as we go, I'm going to see if I can find the products and put them in there. So let me grab that link real quick for you. And this is going to make it easier for y'all to find. I'm still experimenting with this because I've only had Link Deli set up on things for approximately like about a week. I'm still in the 2-week trial. I'm just going to do the link, I think. Can I do just the link? That's what I want to do. I want to do just the link. Oh, there's the link. Okay. Because when I start adding all of the links to all of the things, I want to make sure that they are all correct. So. Okay. Hey, Miss Ruth. Okay, so Anticutie on YouTube. If you go to the let me grab the YouTube channel link for you. You should be able to just find it at Debbie. Go to YouTube and Debbie J's Crafting Corner. Let me go ahead and pop this into the Twitch chat, though. This will give you a. When you click on that, it'll take you to a visual list that's got all of my favorite companies on there right now. And as I go on, I will be adding products to it. And if y'all want me to, I can do it as we go. But remember, this is a one-woman show. So me adding them all on as we go does take some time away from the rest, okay? And so you're going to have to let me know. I'm going to start off with not doing it. But if you guys really want to link to something, then I will go ahead and add it to that Link Deli list. Right now on YouTube, if you refresh your screen, the Link Deli list link is in there. So as I as I add things, it will add to that visual list. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. My shop link is going to be shop, and nothing's on there yet, is shop.debbiejscraftingcorner.com. I don't have any additional, I have not had time to put any additional things on there. Hence, another reason why I want to get some things knocked out today. Okay. Okay, Stephanie says, we can wait for all the links. Well, especially since you already know how to get to the companies I like working with anyway. Scrapbook.com and Spellbinders are my top two. Artesprix for Artesprix products, Craft Express for Craft Express products, and they should all be in that link that I just gave you guys. Okay, so the way that this works, and yes, this is taking up much more space on my desk than I would like, which is another reason why I've got that rolling cart there. The instructions are all right here, and yes, I did use the instructions too. We're going to take out this new and I haven't even taken it out yet, but look at that. This one is called, it's a 3D embossing folder called Textures from Afar. Okay, we have ads over on Twitch at the moment. So I'll go ahead and get this set up. I'm going to wait till the ad finishes to run this one through. I think I remember testing this on the Spellbinders machine, and I think it worked. But I'm off the top of my head, I think there may have been issues, but I'm not 100% sure. Because everybody's stuff is different thicknesses. Hey, Christina, welcome in. So this one, it says, we've got the embossing folder right here. It says cardstock. Let me grab a piece of cardstock, and I'm going to grab something that's not white. I like using white, but you won't be able to see it as well. So we'll go with this bright pink orange one. Okay, I just did a chapter marker because I forgot to. And we're going to go ahead and put that in there. But you can see these deep grooves. Now this one is a Sizzix one. Okay, I did look to see, and there is no way to get this to work with a Spellbinders 3D embossing folder. The big ones will not work with this. Okay, they just won't. Which is probably one reason why you won't see me using it as much. I don't have as many Sizzix 3D embossing folders. I've got a lot of the Spellbinders huge ones, okay? So just letting you know. So we've got that part done. And then it says these pieces. So I'm going to go ahead and take this part. Okay, we've got this piece. It's got a couple little finger holds. So a finger hold on this end, a finger hold on that side, and it makes it so it's easier to insert everything. This piece has a groove along the edge. Now one side is flat and the other side has got a little bit of a lip, okay? So the flat side goes closest to the cross beam, okay? That way it can slide right on in like that. It's also got these little notches that the white piece snaps onto, okay? And the reason for that is that you can position your window wherever you want to. So I'm going to flip it over. And the way that they say that you're supposed to do this, I believe, is, I think it's, yeah, I'm pretty sure that it is the bigger side down. Okay. So it fits, I'll just show you. It fits perfect in there. This is a perfect fit. That's why you have to use these, okay? And then you put your cardstock in there, you close the lid, and then we're going to put this other one, same thing. We need that, it's got the same kind of grooves. You need to have the flat part going in there. Now this is going to sandwich. That's also why you use these little finger grooves, is so that you can actually move it. Otherwise, everything tries to slide around, okay? So this is kind of what we've got. Now, if that's where you want you can see the cardstock in there. If this is where you want to be not embossed, yeah, if you want this part to not be embossed, then leave it right there. But if you want it to be, say, further down, see, we want to put our sentiment about there, you can slide it down. You do top, bottom, middle, whatever you want to do, okay? And then you do need a top plate and a bottom plate, if I remember right. I'm just looking at this again. I only tried this like about 5 times, all in one sitting. So this is why I pulled out my plates for my Sizzix, okay? So we're going to have a bottom plate. Instead of the, and I've got it over here, instead of this guy that comes with it, you're not going to need that. Yes, this is only for 3D embossing with the Sizzix 3D embossing folders. I do not know if any other companies are going to work. I do know that the big ones will not fit. Okay. So now we've got that in there. Did it again. Let me turn it around so I can actually reach the handle. Okay, so we've got this going through there. And now I'm going to just crank it through. And it does start feeling a little tight. Just like anytime you do a 3D embossing folder. Okay? But that's just the first step. There's a second step. And I am trying to remember exactly. So we did that. Okay. So we can go ahead and take this out. Again, I'm going to hold onto those finger holds and pull that out. And now when you look at the embossing folder, you can see right there is not as embossed as the rest. But it's still, look at that. That is a real pretty design. So this is a real pretty embossing folder on its own. We're going to do this again. I'm going to put that back in there. Let me move this to the side so I have room. They also recommend, like they always do when you're doing 3D embossing folders, they always recommend that you use, that you spray your paper first. Now this part, I did try it in my, I do recall I did try it in my Platinum 6. This part worked. This next part did not. So we're going to slide this back on. Actually, this is a part where I'm going to spray it with water. It's going to help it to adhere to that plastic. So it's going to help it stay in place. I believe it was down like that. I think. I may have to move it around. Let me get it into the groove. There's the groove. And that's about where I want it, but I need to move it up a little bit more. What we're going to do is we're going to put this block that comes with it. You see how thick that is? This is not a stamping block, but you could probably use it as one. We're going to put that one right there in that slot, and we're going to run it through again. And what that's going to do is that's going to flatten out that part that we just had with not so much embossing, right? And this is one where I have not figured out the sandwich that will allow it to go and work through my Platinum 6. And if you look at the instructions on these, if you look at the description on the Spellbinders and Sizzix websites, it says that this is made to be used with the Big Shot. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go all the way through again with that. And kind of has a little thump there. See, because that's the thickest part. And even now you can see that that even looks flatter than it did before. So now we pull that off. And now you have a flat place that you can stamp a sentiment, because you can't stamp a sentiment on an embossed panel. Okay, because you guys can see that, right? So this does work well if you have a Big Shot or a Big Cake, or I'm thinking the Sizzix Switch is one. Always, whenever you're getting a new tool like this, check the compatibility if it's supposed to work with something else. This is one that works with a die cutting machine, so check and see which die cutting machines it'll work with before you buy it. Don't do what I've done, like I did with my hot foil system when I first got one, and not check to see what system it worked with. Okay? But anyway, that is super pretty, and I'll be able to turn that into a card later on. Put that to the side. So this is one of the things that I got from Sizzix. Oh, also, if you try to put it in this way, it's kind of not going to work because, see, it doesn't fit. You have to flip it so that this flat side with the groove goes in. Okay, so I'm going to put this back in the box just like I do with all of my, well, I still have my batter press in the box because I use it all the time, and that's how I store it. Along with the instructions, because I know I'm going to forget. Unless you guys, do you guys want to see it with another embossing folder? Because I've got others. Do y'all want to see one of those? I actually pulled a bunch of them out. So I've got several 3D embossing folders, and I think I even got some of the texture fades to see if those will work, and I haven't tried them yet. Well, that's the thing. Quatrefoils are really pretty anyway. Jim says, hey, Todd. Okay, he's already out the door. He's doing yard stuff. Or at least he's doing a little bit of yard stuff. That's kind of what he does at lunch. Okay, so these are the ones that I tried it already on. Okay. So there's that one. This one was a different one. I have to look and see what it was because it really didn't show that much. I think this one was probably a texture foil, but look at this one. This is on foil cardstock. This is the wood grain. This one's called Lumber. I wrote on them to see what it was. Lumber, Cobblestone, Arched. And now I've got, and this is basically, I kind of forgot that I had this one in the new stuff. So I pulled out all the stuff I already had. Okay, so, okay, this one is a multi-level embossing folder, and this one is 3D. That, I think, is the difference. So just letting you see what it looks like. This one is the 3D embossing folder that we just did. Okay. This one is the arched 3D embossing folder. Oh, actually, arched is also a multi-level. And it still turned out pretty good. So I was testing on what I have. So this one says it's a multi-level. This one, which is the wood grain, says it's texture. It says it's a 3D texture fade, and it still looks pretty good. And then cobblestone. I need to try it on this one. This is one that I love it. I don't use it often enough. Okay, this one's a 3D texture fades. Okay, so 3D ones are the ones that are going to work best. Multi-level, there's different. When you think of embossing folders, there's 3 different levels. 2D is, those are like standard embossing folders. They've got grooves that go in. They're not all that deep, but they do give you a nice design. Do I have, I probably have a Spellbinders one over here in a bin. Give me just a second so I can show you the difference on those. I use 3D embossing folders more often. If I don't have one in here, I know I've got one in the other room, so let me grab it real quick. And since we're talking Sizzix, I can grab one of my Sizzix ones too. Oh yeah, I like this one. I haven't used it in a bit. Okay, so this one is a regular embossing folder. Tim Holtz Alterations Sizzix. And when you look at it, it basically just has lines that are grooved, okay? So it's basically just got one. It's like if you're looking at a stamp, sometimes the stamps have just got like just the one layer, right? It just goes down one amount of depth and that's it. Then there are some that have got kind of a variation and you get a lot of other fun things. So this one is a one layer. Then we've got, this one I think is very easy for you to see it on. This one is a multi-level. And when you open it up, it's got, like say this little piece here. So you've got one level that goes down, but then this bit in the center is a little bit raised. So it's got a couple of different depths, okay? And then the 3D are fabulous. They have got a ton of different levels and angles and all the different things. So I think the way the technology probably worked, I have not looked at the history of it. If you think about what you can do with a cutting machine. With a cutting machine, you can basically cut outlines, right? But if you want to make any kind of depth or dimension, you have to cut multiple sizes to go in there. So I think that's probably how the first embossing folders were designed or created, is basically by cutting the one level. And then the multi-level's got 2 different layers. And then this is basic. I don't know. I think this is because 3D modeling and 3D printing is a thing now where you can do all the different you can basically make it real, looking real. And I've had this one for a while. It's so pretty. I'm going to have to try this one out. Okay. So. We're going to do this one too. I think it's where I was going through some of my embossing folders and didn't see this one yet because it was further back in the back because I haven't been using them. So do we want to, I think I'm going to try it with this guy and with that guy. Now both of them should fit. Size-wise, I think they're going to both fit. It's designed for this size because of it being the 3D embossing folder. I'm not sure if it's going to work with this one because it's not quite thick enough. You see that? Might not work. I'm glad I could help, Stephanie. Thank you, honey. Okay, moving these. I've got another bin over here. I'm trying not to lose all the things. Okay, we're going to go ahead and put it in here again. Taking all the pieces apart. So first we're going to put the bottom plate on. Again, we're sliding it in so the flat side is down because that's the only way it can go in. And then we're going to put I think this is not going to work. Yeah, it's basically not going to have the thickness for the plates to be able to push into it. So these, the 2D are not going to work. You're going to have to use a 3D, or you're going to have to use, you're either going to have to use the 3D or the multi-level and make sure that the plastic is thick enough. Let me grab another one. I'm going to do this one. I'm going to do with foil because I know you guys, ooh, here's that holographic. Oh, by the way, I just ordered the Lisa Horton holographic too, by the way. It was so pretty. I mean, come on. Did you guys see the video where I was hanging out with Christy? It was like one of the very last bits on the, on that montage, I guess you want to call it, that I did. But yeah, I mean, that was just so pretty, and the things that she did were just so lovely. Okay, I'm going to put that down in there. Okay. And then, yeah, I'm going to do it that way. I was thinking about possibly doing, possibly wetting it, but it's humid in Florida. Shims underneath might work. Adding shims might work to be able to get at least a little bit, and we can try that, but I have not tested to see how much of a shim I need. It might be that a piece of chipboard would work, but it's again where you're going to have to test and see what will work with your machine and make sure that it runs through. And since we're doing a second one, I'm going to see if this will work in my Platinum 6. I'm pretty sure that I already tested that part, and this is too thick to go through there. But again, it may be something that I need to find what correct width, thickness rather, of plates would work. These Spellbinders and Sizzix plates do tend to be very, very comparable, very close. I think I'm going to leave that with it in the middle. Yeah, let's do it with it in the middle. That'll be cool. So this first part I think will work. And I'm going to just use the Sizzix plates, and we're going to see. Let me get the big kick out the way. I've had my big kick sitting over here in the floor, or on the floor, for the last 2 weeks, however long it's been since I got back from Creativation and did the test. Okay, we're going to try this. Okay, that's too tight. So that means that these plates are too tight to work in there. However, I'm going to try... Again, this is testing. I'm going to try one of these because this has got a little bit more give to it. It's still probably not going to work. Yeah. I'm also going to just check and make sure it wasn't just one of the little things on the edge not wanting to let it come through, because it might have been that. Okay. It's going. Do this at your own risk. Like I said, it's not designed for this machine. I checked when I had a little issue with it, and it said that this is not the one for it. Hey, Patty! Yay! Okay, so I'm going to put the magic mat underneath it. The reason for that is because, like I said, it's got a little bit more give to it, so it may allow the second phase to go through. But let's look and see how it worked on the first phase. So this little line here is the one part that was not embossed as much, but it's not really that noticeable. So the trick is the second phase. I'm going to put a little water on the back, and the thing that helps with, besides making sure your paper doesn't crack, is it also helps it to kind of stick to the platform, because water, wet, yeah, things. I'm going to slide that back through. Let's go. Come on, go in there. It was getting caught. The paper was getting caught. And then I'm going to try lining up my paper right where that flatness was, and put this in there. And then we're going to see if I can get it to run through there. It probably isn't going to work. I'm pretty sure I already tested this and it didn't work. And if it doesn't work, that's okay. I've got the big shot here, and at least we'll know for sure, right? Okay, I need to make sure the whole thing is on my magic mat. Like I said, this is a Yeah, it does not like that. It's like if I go any further than that, I'm afraid I'm going to break my machine, and I don't want to take a chance on doing that. So we're going to use the Big Shot. So for now, unless they make a modification or different plates are made or something like that to make it work in here, do not use it in your Platinum 6. Instead, if you have a Big Shot or a Big Kick, use it in that. Or see if there are any other ones listed on the Sizzix and scrapbook.com website for the product. See if there are any other ones that it's supposed to work with. Okay, so just like the last time, you can probably see that it did flatten it out some. I'm going to run it through one more time because I can still see. That. And hey, Sharon, thank you so much for the sub over on Twitch, honey. Todd brought me an oak leaf. I don't know why. I think his inner kitty is coming out, so he's starting to bring me presents. But thank you so much, Sharon. I really appreciate it. I'm going to run it through again and see if we can flatten it out a little bit more. This is really tight over that bit. And I'll be honest, this machine is the one I'm not really worried about. This one is kind of old. It's about like 7. You were wondering where the leaf fell from. Yeah, that's an oak leaf. I recognize those from when we've had to clean up oak leaves after hurricanes. Oh my, we don't have to do that anymore because we don't have any more oak trees. Okay, so let's take a look. So it's not perfect, but look at that. So this is going to be a great place for you if you want to do a stamped sentiment with embossing, and you can kind of have that flatness around the edges to kind of make it, yeah, kind of accent it. So that I think is really cool. But it is one that I would have to use with this machine, and I only have a limited supply of Sizzix plates. I have Sizzix 3D embossing folders at this point, but some of them are just fabulous. I mean, this is one of my favorites that I don't use very often. I love the gears; it's so cool. And then the ones that are great for Halloween, we've got the cobblestone, and we've got the wood grain, and those I think are just absolutely fabulous, especially for Halloween. And I love my Halloween crafting. I just don't get to do it enough. Okay, let's get this back in the box, and then we can move on to the rest of the stuff that I got from Sizzix, because I did get a few other things from them. Where'd I put my box? Did you see where I put my box? Okay, this is going out of the way. Where'd I put it? Here's part of the box. I'm trying to keep, oh, there it is. Okay, trying to keep everything cleaned up so it'll be easier for me to put away after the fact, because I got a lot of stuff to go through. And we're already an hour in, and I've only gotten through 2 products. Oh, 3 products, because we had this, and then we had the wax, I'm sorry. Uh-oh. What kind of shoes do ninjas wear? Sneakers. Anyway, we've just gone through the AdTech adhesives. Oh, I didn't show the other AdTech adhesives because I've been using them. And you guys may have seen them in a recent video. So I got a couple of these, and I've been using dot liner adhesive for the last 5 or 6 years because Jennifer McGuire recommended it, and so I got a bunch of it, and they no longer make the refills. Or at least they no longer offer the refills on Amazon. So I don't know if I'm going to get those again. So I decided, okay, I've got a couple of these. I'm going to go ahead and start using them. They are so super, super sticky. One of the things about the dot liner is that you can usually peel the paper off if you put it down wrong, because I do that, and just rub the adhesive off. This stuff is so sticky, you have trouble detaching things. But this is wonderful. So far I'm liking them, and I've got a bunch of these. Welcome in, Teresa. Thank you, honey. And I think I hit something because that was crooked. So I've got some panels to play with. Let me put them over in my panel stack. I'm going to try to, one thing I have a habit of doing is whenever I'm making a project, I wind up die cutting or stamping extras. And then they just go and sit to the side. So what I'm going to try to do is start using those to make things, if that makes any kind of sense. And yes, I'm going to start putting them away. Folks have asked before how I store things. These are some sleeves that I've got from the checkout store. You can go to my Amazon shop, which is amazon.com.shop.wj's Crafting Corner. Anyway, something like that. Anyway, thank you, Cynthia. Anyway, that's what I use for these. And I think I put this one in there before I started labeling, but I usually label all the things. There's that one. This one is probably that one. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. Yes, I'm putting all the things away. This one does not have a sleeve yet, so let me grab one. Yes, I get enough stuff in that I need to put away that they live under my desk. Yeah, we've barely gotten started. I don't know how long this live is going to last, so I am going to try to break it down into shorter videos so it's easier for you guys to see. But even if I don't get that part done, I am going to try to put chapter markers in for each product or each company to make it easier for y'all. This goes back in there. And if I do get the editing done and shortening of videos, this part in between where I'm putting things away is not going to be in there because y'all don't need that. Okay. I don't think I had that in a sleeve at the time that I did those. Okay, these are all going in the bin. All right. And now this is empty because this is where I put all of those additional ones. All right. Next. We've got these guys, okay? So first, I think this is stencils. This is a layered stencil and stamp set. So because I've got that, I'm going to pull out something else that I got last year. I think it was last year. And that is the stencil and stamp platform, which also I have a sticky mat on the inside. So that's what we're going to be using for this. And I'm going to have to try out this texture tool. I think this is going to be really good for when you're doing things like gel press, but I'm wondering how it's going to work if I do it Simon Hurley paste. First thing I'm going to go into is this. So this kind of looks weird. Okay. What this is, let me get this open. And it's stuck because it's on my sticky mat. So you take the lid off and this piece goes on here. Now, why would you need that? This piece here is so that you can do thicker substrates. You could do a journal. I don't do journaling. I don't do art journaling. I need to, and I have some ideas, but I don't do that yet. So Norma's wanting to know, who is the maker of this sticky mat? I actually have two different sticky mats. Two different sticky mat companies. This one is from Waffle Flower. And they have it where there's an acetate sheet that you can put on the back of it that's going to give you all the grid lines. Now, this platform from Sizzix comes with paper. It comes with sticky paper that you put down, and it goes right inside those lines there, and you just lift it up to take it off. Now, I did use that the first couple of times that I used this platform, and I found that it, for me anyway, maybe it's because dust in my house or that I had cat hair in the house or something, but I found that it didn't stay sticky very long. With this one, because it is a photopolymer stamp, it stays sticky. All you have to do is wipe it down with water, get all the dust off of it, let it dry, and it's sticky again. Okay, so it will hold my paper in place, and I love that. So what this part is for, you don't even have to have that part on there, and I don't keep a cover on the front of it. It just makes it really difficult to pull the thing off. If you've ever had trouble removing your stamps from the acetate, you know what I'm talking about. This piece here, though, makes it thicker so that you can do a journal on there. Hey, Kim. I'm just going to take out a notebook. Just turn to an empty page and just sit that on there. And then this can go over. This is probably, I don't know if that's thick enough. I haven't tried this part out yet, by the way. And I do like this. There's one side on the lids of this. One side is smooth. The other side is gridded. So I like having the smooth side down. Okay, that I think is going to work nicely. Okay. And since we have new stamps, why don't we do some of this on here? So this one is a stamp and stencil platform. Norma wants to know, when it comes to the sticky mats, do we put the top plastic back on or not? That is your preference as to what you want to do. Personally, I don't. What I'm doing, and this one's my Altenew. Yeah. Altenew and Waffle Flower are both the same. Right now, I've got my Waffle Flower ones are in my stamp platforms. So if you ever see me take out my Misty, it's got one of the Waffle Flower mats in it. It's the perfect size. And then I also got the Altenew. When I ordered, I didn't realize it was the exact same size as that, but I'm already using that one. So here's the Altenew one, which is very nicely stained because I use this on my desk. This one, you can see a grid, and that's because it's part of the stamp. Okay. So this part is flat. This part has got the grids on there, and you put it down on the surface and it basically holds it in place for you so it doesn't slide around on your desk, but it doesn't stick. A lot of times when you put these flat ones down, you wind up with bubbles in there, and it's kind of a pain to try to get the stuff off. This one comes off of your desk real nice and easily when you're using it on a glass mat like what I do. This one does need to be cleaned. It's not as sticky, but I saw someone do this online. I don't remember who it was. I know Simon does it this way too, where you just put it into one of these nice zipper bags. There's lots of different ones. Mine I got off of Amazon. I think he got off of, I think it was from Altenew. But these mesh bags are perfect for holding them and keeping them, basically keeping them clean. I've also got, just because you're going to ask, the other thing I have in this one is a silicone mat that actually came with my heat gun when I got a replacement, and I'm kind of using these two together. And if you haven't seen that, I will be doing that again. Sometimes my stencils and basically I'm using the two things together. Let's just put it that way. I'm going to put this to the side. So silicone works well. The sticky mats that are the photopolymer stamp work better than the silicone mats do in keeping everything to stay in place. But both of them will work when you're wanting to hold your stencils in place. So for this, I haven't checked on that. This one, you see these little holes there? The way it's supposed to work for stenciling, and I haven't checked on how we're supposed to do that with this. It's probably where you're supposed to do it with stamping, is you've got, I was trying not to hit my little card from Elizabeth, because I have my card from Elizabeth over there. You put those in there, and then you're able to stencil straight down. So I think that this is more for when you want to do stamping. I may be wrong. So we're going to just do the stamps. And this is pretty. Let's just add a little bit of stamping down onto my paper here. It's going to bleed. This is just regular cardstock. Hey, Kelly. Welcome. Okay. And what else do I want to put on there? I'm just going to leave it at those two, and then I can always add the others. So I'm going to pick them up just like you would do on regular card. And since I've got the sticky mat in, it's pretty much holding my book in place. And let's go with, I'm going to do some All That Jazz from Catherine Pooler. I do have a couple of favorite companies, by the way. Simon is definitely one of them. And I do love Catherine Pooler too. I have more Simon Hurley inks than I do Catherine Pooler. So I'm basically just putting a little ink on there. With Catherine Pooler's inks, you do a tap. And this one's probably needs more ink, but anyhow. And we're going to just press that down. And since I have it over here somewhere, oh, I put it away. Got my little eraser. That is pretty. I need more ink on here. I'm going to turn this so that I can actually get to it. Ha! Okay, thank you, Kelly. Kelly thinks I'm fun to watch. Okay, don't know what that means because I'm just a nut, but anyhow. Okay, we're going to put some more ink down on the stamp. Thank you, Kelly. I am teasing, babe. I'm so happy that you love hanging out with me here. So I do have quite a few projects coming up that I need to get done, but I'm also wanting to play a couple of games. Fortnite, for you guys that have been listening to me talk about Fortnite. Fortnite is about to start their Star Wars thing for the next month. So yeah, this makes it so that you can stamp more easily with a stamp platform in your journal, in your book. You can also do this on thicker things, like say chipboard, different things, but that's what that little ledge is for. But this is really pretty. Okay, let's pull that up. It did stick a little bit. I'm going to clean off my stamps, and then we're going to do some, and let's take the things off. I think I'm going to leave the stamp on there actually. How do I get this thing off? Okay, it pops off. So this is just so that you could do it with the thicker substrates, okay? Now we've got these, which I think these are also for you to use with, I know one reason why I'm having an issue is probably just because this is so thick. I don't recall if they made extenders for those. That would be nice. I'm going to attempt and see if it'll work on another page. Or maybe I'll just try it on this one. Maybe I can do a little bit of stenciling down on here. Thing is, it's not really going to hold it in place like I would like. I'd have to actually move it down on here. So we're not going to do that because I want to show you how those pieces work. Yes, I'm taking out my sticky mat. I'm mainly doing that to make it easier for these to lay flat. So the way those work is they go into those little bits, and that means that you can take it out, put your next one down, and as long as your paper is staying in place, it works. Kim, this one is from Sizzix. This is the Sizzix stencil and stamp platform. And the main thing that it's great with is it's got these little bits for doing stenciling. I don't actually use a lot of I think I've only got these may be the first stencils that I've got that use those. And that's because it's got those little bits there. So you can line everything up perfectly. Personally, I like using my sticky mat because I can arrange them whichever way that I want to, but that also means that I have to be in control and make sure that I'm lining everything up the way I want it. Okay. So I think, yeah, I still want to do it that way. So what's another way to do that? Okay. I like using this. I'm gonna try it one more time. I don't know. One thing on this, just because I had never said anything about it, I've got my grid on the back where it comes to the edge on one side and leaves these two edges as sticky, as these are not covered, so that I can put it down on here. I've got to use that little divot hole there so that I can lift it up, and then I put it down in place. And as long as these two edges grip it, it works better. But yeah, I really want to be able to do that. Let me grab a piece of cardstock and we're going to give it a try. I have a feeling that my sticky mat makes it a little bit too thick because this is about 1/4 inch thick and it makes it a little more difficult to be able to use this. But I can line them up in the holes and then I can stick them down onto my mat. And now it is holding in place. That's going to work. Okay. And let's grab out a couple of my if I can get to it. Couple of my, that's not the one. Couple of my big brushes. This one needs green. Let's go with some green. Don't know if there's any green on here. So this is kind of using a combination. So I tell you guys, use what you got. You know, try out what you got and go with it. So we got some later gator. Adding some more ink down onto my brush. And I don't know how well those layer, but we're going to go for it. It's probably just to get different looks. Also kind of curious what it would look like if I were to flip it. Because we have the little dots on both sides. Why not? Yeah, I'm going to stay with the same green. This is going to fill it in. I have no idea what this is going to look like. I'm just giving it a go. They also have got little plastic pieces with adhesive on there, so you can turn any of your stencils into something that'll work with this platform with the registration system. So you can use that too if this is a way that you like going. That's an interesting background. Put that to the side. And now I'll go ahead and bring in this one. It's going to look a little bit odd. Do I want to go that way? Yeah, I'll keep it going this way. Just putting it down into those two little grooves and then sticking it down on the outside. And let's go with a different color though. This is mostly just so I can try it out and see what the layers look like if I try to use them together. I'm going to go with some Clear Skies. So this is kind of more of a mixed media kind of a look, I think. It's making all different kind of looks on there. Kind of a, I don't know, it'd be kind of an interesting pattern paper. I could flip it if I want. Actually, if I flip it, it's basically the same design both ways. So I'm not going to flip that one. And then we have some dots. And I'm going to do something else with the dots. I'm not going to use the ink because Simon Hurley is fabulous. So I am going to use one of his sprays. Or do I want to do Astro Paste? You guys tell me, paste or spray or both? Todd says cake or death. So tell me, what do you want me to do? Sharon says paste. Kim says paste. Sharon says spray. Stephanie says both. Okay, you guys want all of the things. I think I'm going to do... I think I'm going to get my arm workout. And you can see a little bit of that mica is sticking in the top, and that's what we want to get rid of. Castanets, yeah. So this one is gold, and this one is called Golden Hour. Yes, the solar sprays. Okay, so this one is Royal Flush. And this one, yes, the Simon Hurley workout. And the Golden Hour. Okay. I'm going to try to do, I'm not Simon. Simon rocks. I'm going to try to do how Simon says to do it. And that's gentle sprays. And I think I probably got too much on there, but that's okay. And then this side is going to be the purple. And I think my golden hour, it seems like this does a finer mist, the Royal Flush, than the Solar Spray at this moment. I'm going to do a little bit more just because I can. And since we have those colors on there, why not take some black cardstock and go right over the top and lift some of that. I don't know if this is going to work. I haven't tried it. Okay, and just, okay, can you guys see that? I'm trying to hold it where it's not going to be, let's see, can I flatten it and stick it down? There we go. So one thing that Simon did say to do, that I did not do, by the way, is that when you do this, let it dry on the stencil. Now, I don't really have the time to do that, so I didn't. Like when you have when you're putting it down and you're doing the reverse, like what I did here, you should let it dry so that you can keep those circles. But the thing is, the circles pretty much stayed. I think this looks really kind of cool. Of course, anything that goes on a black base to me makes me think Halloween. I love those drips. And you can tell that because I did this is still showing the circles. The part that went through the stencil is still on the other paper. I have been doing a lot. I'm going to have to buy more of the I'm going to have to do more of the sprays, by the way. I've been using it a lot on different cards, and it basically makes it look like a shimmer cardstock, but you created it. It's where you've got white cardstock, and you added whatever colors and whatever patterns and whatever you wanted to, and then that little mist of, say, golden hour over the top just makes it shimmer and shine, and it's just so pretty. And then depending on what color you add, you can have a little bit of something extra, right? So this one is kind of cool. So we've got purple and gold, and then them kind of merge in the middle. Let's go ahead and lift this one up. Hey, Danielle, welcome in. Okay. So now this paper, I'm going to leave it. I'm going to clean this off, and then I'm going to use one of the pastes, because somebody said they wanted pastes, right? Okay. Oh, by the way, Todd, I'm probably going to be streaming all day long because I barely gotten started. He just rolled his eyes. Okay. Yeah, that is dry. So I'm going to put this back on there. So if I put this back in place right there, it makes it so that it's right over the exact same dots we had before. Or I could change it. What do you guys want? Do we want to have some paste in different areas or over the top of some of the shimmer? Do you see the shimmer? Oh, there you go. You can see the shimmer. I'm kind of thinking paste over the top, but maybe we should stamp first. I think that's what I'm going to do. Let's move that new panel over there into my panel stack. I'll bring this one back in. What did I drop? I have a piece of acetate on my floor somewhere that I'm going to roll over with my my car in different spots. Okay, thank you, Stephanie. So I'm going to take this one in. I'm going to still use that fun border. I think I want the border all the way up the top this time, because the way that this is designed is like you can go vertical or you can do horizontal. Okay, so we're going to go this way. And then this big, massive sentiment. This is going to have to go on after. Okay, so this I think is going to come, we're going to do some green for that, I think. And since I've already used Simon's green, and that's the only Simon green I've got, maybe I should do a different color, or should I stick with green and I'll just use some Catherine Pooler to go along with? Let me look and see what I have. I could go with, since we do have some purple in here, why don't we go with Crown Me? I mean, this doesn't have to look... It doesn't, well, I'm kind of trying to, I don't know how to explain it. I'm not mixed media, but this I think goes well with mixed media where you could just combine all the things, especially since I did that layered stencil. Oh, now Stephanie says keep it green. I'm not keeping it green. Too late. I got purple down onto the flower stamp. So that's what we're going with. And I might not have enough. Yeah, I need some more. Blue or purple would look good. Thank you so much, Kamato. And I think I need a little more down here at the bottom. Did I say hello to Norma? Hi, Norma. I don't remember if I said hello or not. There is that one spot that does not want to do. Let's try one more time. It's right there. Come on. I want that one to get me a little bit more color. And this is not ink. This is it was a little strand. That's now in the trash. Okay. That's going to be good enough. I think that does look kind of cool, though. So do we want to go with the big sentiment, or do we want to go with butterflies? We've also got the eye. There's some really cool things to... This would work on anything. Oh, and the butterflies are all one. I think I'm going to do the butterflies in, and they're not sticking to... I don't know how they did it. It feels like they pre-primed these somehow, because they're not sticking to the acetate, and that's what I dropped on the floor was the other piece of acetate. I mean, they're still sticking really well to this, but I have actually ripped a stamp before trying to get it off of the acetate. Okay, so we did purple for that. Let's go with... I'm thinking orange or red for the butterflies. Let's go with the orange that's in the middle. We'll go with traffic cone. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and watch the video to see what all stuff I used while I'm updating our supply list link. And those supply list links, sometimes they might get a little long when I'm adding all the things, so it's probably going to be best to go and look at the visual list. Just go to the main link to find all the products. That I think is going to work really good for you guys. And if you don't like that, if you don't like me changing it up like that, let me know ASAP, because I've got like less than a week to make my final decision as to whether or not I'm going to keep it without paying money for it. So it is something that I'm thinking of investing in to make things better for you guys. Okay, so there we go. And then we've got the 2 sentiments. One is Freebird, and that's perfect placement for it. And the other one is that long, and I have not cleaned these stamps, and I need to. I'm going to go, I think I'm going to go with black. And then I'm going to have to heat set it because otherwise I'm going to smudge it. Let's make sure that that is straight. I've got my little T-square from, this is actually the thing that I love the most, the absolute most from the show. And that's from my folks at Pearblossom Press. This is from Amanda. And I love it because it does exactly this. It's perfect for my A2 size cards. I'm still, okay, that does not, it's too thick on that side because I've got so much thickness on here. I need to do it from the other side. So I'll be able to drop that down. It does work perfectly in my Misty, by the way. Size is just right for that. What I'm trying to do is pick up the stamp, and it might not. There we go. And now I can pop that up. The thing that I have the trouble with on this one so far is figuring out and learning how to actually not shift not shift the thing and not shift the cardstock when I'm using the jigs to get everything centered right, because it's fabulous that it does that, but I'm heavy-handed. So what do? I wind up shifting things and it still doesn't line up. Oh, there we go. I think that's all that this needs. This one is, I don't do a lot of flat cards. I don't do a lot of layered stamping as being the only thing, but yeah, this worked out so nice. We are going to add a little bit of dimension though to it, because what did we say we were going to do? We're going to try using a little paste. So I do need to clean that one because this ink can stain it faster. I love Simon's inks. They don't tend to stain much, which is fabulous. Okay. And I'm probably going to need more than just water to clean it. Yeah, let me get out a stamp cleaner. And you're probably wanting to know why I'm not heat embossing that. It's because I did a lot of stamping on there, and all of the inks on there is probably enough to pick up the embossing. And because I didn't use the anti-static powder tool, yeah. Let's go with, I'll go with some of my Artesprix. Where's my Artesprix? There we go. This one is nice and gentle. So this is one of the stamp cleaners that I've got. I've got StazOn cleaner too, and I've got archival ink cleaners too. And those are a lot stronger, so it really depends on what it is I'm doing as to which one that I use, because I don't want to overdo it on any of my stamps. Okay. I do like that shimmer. You guys can't see the shimmer anymore. There we go. So that's kind of cool. And we were going to use that same stencil. I can put it this way because the other time we did it, no. Okay, if I do it this way, this is reverse of what we just did it. We did it with these holes in first time, and now I've got it reversed. So the holes are not in the same spot. And I can do just a little bit. And this one is no chill. So it's going to be thin. It's not going to be real thick, but you can, this one of the things that's great about the paste is you can put them on as thin as you want, but you can also get a lot of texture by putting them on thick. They just take a lot longer to dry that way. I have no idea how this is going to look over that purple. Today is definitely an experimentation day, right? Okay. And Simon's Paste cleanup, nice and easy with water. If you let it dry, if it dries on there, you will want to take it to the sink. And I have used scrub brushes a lot. I basically have a little nail brush that I use all the time, specifically for cleaning the stencils. And what do I clean off of my stencils? I usually clean off Simon Hurley stuff. And I haven't damaged any of the stencils doing that, so. Okay. And it is stuck to the mat. Okay, so that is pretty. It's not a design I would normally do. This is completely different than what I normally do, but I think that turned out really nice. You guys will have to let me know what you think. Okay, next on here, because I do still want to play with this and see how it does. Looks like it's got several different sides. We get another piece of cardstock. And I'll get out one of my spatulas for Simon's stuff. And let's get out another color. Actually, I got a couple of yellows out. We're going to do bright colors for this one. Sharon says purple. Do we need purple? Is that what I need to do? Okay, I'll grab out purple. Let me put my yellows back. Okay, I have, this one is Triple Berry. This one is Crown Me. And then this one is Neon Mood Ring. And then where are my glitters? So this one is, again, Crown Me, but glittery. And then this one is Prom Queen, which is pinkish purple. I think that's all of the purpley ones. Well, I also have this one that is purpley. Anne says gold too. Okay, I'm going to pull out one of my golds. Slippery When Wet and Fool's Gold. I'm going to say Slippery When Wet. Hey, Miss Ruth. Miss Ruth is back. Okay, so this tool is called a texture tool. And I believe it's mostly done for you to be doing with pastes and things. I'm pretty sure that it would work as well. You can keep your yellow you like the previous card. Ooh. This is Flexi. Now, I have seen these that are, for some reason, when I looked at this, I'm thinking red and it's gray. So this is silicone. It's a gray silicone. It's got a piece in the center. I guess that's where you're supposed to hold it. Hey, Idaline, how you doing, honey? So this is really cool, and it's got the different grooves. So this is one that I think is going to work fabulous with pastes. And I think I need to get my mouse back up here and hit the chapter marker again. Actually, I have a button over here. Where's my button? There. Okay. But it's got different structures. I mean, this one is a flat side to be able to get that nice smooth that we normally do, but it's also got the grooves to get lots of different textures. And this is something that I have seen folks use with like a jelly plate. Ruth says I have a red one that was made for my jelly plate. I think I have the red one also, but if I remember right, it's more of a hard plastic, and this is a rubber, like a silicone rubber, nice and flexy. So I'm thinking you could do different things by just moving it around a little bit. I'm not sure. I haven't tried it yet. This is the first time trying it. So we're going to see how that does. I'm going to save the solar paste for later. I think I'm going to start off with just the purples. And we're going to go. And depending on how much I put down here, I can't put down a lot. If I put down too much, I'm going to be mad because I can't put it back in the jar. Oh, I just thought of something. Not going to do it on my mat. One thing I have noticed is in general, any kind of pigment that has got reds in it will probably stain your mat, and this one is still clean. So I'm going to use a silicone mat instead for this part. This is one of the reasons why having different options is a good idea, and one reason why I like having all the different options. Okay, so I've got regular silicone mats. These are ones that you could use for that are for your oven. That someone gave me, I think it was my mother-in-law gave me a while back. I've got that gray one that is from my Wagner heat gun, and it's basically the heat protect the surface from heat. I think I'm going to just go with one of the regular silicone mats. I've got other ones around here somewhere, but I don't know where they are. So this is a silicone mat that is made for your oven. Got it off of Amazon, and I'm pretty sure it's where my mother-in-law bought it and just gave it to me. So it's, I haven't had one of these stain yet. And it's not a grip mat. It's not a silicone stamp, so it's not as sticky, but it is sticky enough to hopefully keep things in place for this purpose. Also, one other way that you're probably going to be using this is going to be on your jelly plate, and your jelly plate is probably going to get stained if you use reds. I am not 100% sure that this would stain it, but I'm assuming that it might, so that's why I decided to switch. Okay, and I do need to use enough of the pastes so that I can get a good texture, right? I use a larger one of those for my regular craft mat. Absolutely. The only thing is you don't want to cut into them because it's not self-healing. Why did I say rehealing? But it's not self-healing. So we're going to do two of the, this one's drying out because I probably have used it more. Yeah, this one's a little bit older. So they do start to thicken up over time. This rag needs to get washed anyway. I'm going to put down some glitter. And we're going to see how that does. So we've got four different lines. This one's got square etches. This one's got little V's. And then this one's got wider things. And then again, this one is a straight edge. I'm going to start with this one. Okay, this I do think needs to have some more, so I'm going to put some more down, and we're going to try to fill up more of the paper.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now, back to our show.
Oh, thank you so much, Ellen. So it's kind of where I'm going to have the glitter kind of congregating into the center. Okay, good, Christina. Christina says that she has another one that she uses for cutting into. I have a bad habit of just using one for all the things. So I have heard, I have to check, I have heard that the Glassboard Studio mat, which I've got some of, that it does not scratch. This black mat here, you can probably, where the light is, you can see some little scratches. That means I've cut into it quite a bit, but it is tempered glass, so nothing has broken, and you really don't notice it that much. I'm not as good going back that way, but that's okay. So this is kind of what this is for, and I've got so much on there that I accidentally picked it up. Okay, I'm going to come back down this way and add a little more. And this is a piece that was basically dried in the stuff. So anyway. So this is going to be kind of an interesting texture. Like I said, this one is just kind of a demo just to see how this thing worked. So I think that it's going to work nice. Clean your... This reminds you of the paint smearing stuff to make cats that you've seen on shorts. Very possible. This is Simon Hurley paste, and I just got, yeah, I need another paper towel. I do keep paper towels close by. My Tim Holtz one is scratched also, but I love it. Did buy one of the Glassboard Studios, though. Absolutely. So I've got a new Glassboard Studio one that I've shown you guys a couple of different times in live so far, and I am bringing it out kind of regular. I've kind of got in my brain what I want to use that tool for. Just remember, all of these are tools. You don't need all of them, but sometimes it's nice to have the right one for the right purpose. My Tim Holtz is fabulous. I love this thing, but it's black, and I'd rather it be lighter. Just saying. Of course, when I got it, I loved the fact that it was black, and my taste changed. Everybody's taste changed, right? Okay. So I'm going to pick this up. I'm going to put it off to the side. Hello, Tut. I don't know who Kim's talking to. Anyway, I'm going to put this off to the side so it can dry, and I'll probably use that either for die cutting or for a background later on. And now my nail, I have a purple nail now. That was not intended. Okay, that's where that is. Okay. There we go. I need to redo my nails anyway, but they're getting a little long and it makes it really hard to type. And usually what I do is even after it's dried, I wind up going to the sink and scrubbing everything. And that's going to happen anyhow, but not doing that yet. Putting that in a different bin. Those are for cleaning. Okay, that one needs to go in there for cleaning. And the last thing that we have not tried out yet is this. This one is the last thing from Sizzix. Not the last thing, period. This is the last one from Sizzix. And this is a blending tool, which I had not opened. So I didn't know what all was in it. It says that it comes with 4 pads, I think. I don't have a command for the snail yet. I will bring up the snail for you though, Terry. Terry wants to see the snail. And you do not have access to the mod streamer bot deck yet. What did the car maker say when she finished her project? That's a wrap. Okay. There's your snail. It should be coming. Did it not work? There we go. There's your snail. Okay, so this is a blending tool set. So it looks like it's got one of these to go on one end. I thought it was a magnet. Nope, this one is not a magnet. I have my this one's my magnet. I love my magnet. But no, this one is a blending tool set. And I've got another of their tool sets that has the same kind of thing. So the way that goes on there, it's like, it doesn't seem like it wants to do. You do have to twist it kind of hard to make it grab. It's going to be the same thing on these. And this is basically a little blending brush. It's got a different kind of look than what I usually use. You guys saw, I like using these a lot. These are probably my preferred one. And then I have the smaller blending brushes. I have these. These are like my second favorite. This is basically the same size. I've also got some of the Tim Holtz ones. Got this. And then there's the ones that are the dome. So I have some of the domes as well. And this looks like it would take all of the sizes. So it's basically this tool here would take the place of this. And it's going to give a different feel in your hand. I can already tell that just from how it feels here. So this one Hey, Vanessa, welcome in. This is going to be a long one, Vanessa, so thank you so much for popping in. Today, we are going through all of my Creativation stuff. We've already been on for, oh my goodness, it's been an hour and a half. We've been on since noon, and I've gone through only a couple of companies so far, and I still have a lot of stuff to go through. I'm not going to do demos on everything. Just so y'all know, I'm not going to do demos on everything because... yeah. Also, there's some things that I don't really know as much about the kind of crafting that they are. Like I do have a couple of paintbrush sets. We might play with a little bit of paintbrush. I haven't decided yet. A lot of it's also going to also going to be whether or not I am exhausted or not. So I'm going to just take out a couple of inks. Let's put away the Simon Hurley real quick. And I have them by, I'm going to just put them in the front here. I've got them by color family because I got so much stuff. I've got like my warms, like the yellows and reds and oranges in one. I've got the blues and purples. So you're waiting for, Adelaide is waiting for Terry Cooper to start a fight. Well, you know, you can do that if you go to... let me see. There should be a command for Tangia. If you go to the Tangia thing, you should be able to do it whether you're on YouTube side or Twitch side. Twitch has just got a button to make it easier. Oh, I didn't put these away, did I? Okay, I have to clean these later, but I'm not going to clean them yet. Let's go ahead and at least put them back away so that I don't lose the things. That goes in here. And I have a piece of acetate on my floor somewhere that I don't know where it went to. All right, I will find it later. I'm going to go ahead and put this in here. This is one of the things that's going to be going into its own little sleeve, I think, with the stencils. Maybe, maybe not. Doesn't really go... well, I'm going to put it in with the stuff to clean because it needs to go away with those. Some of this stuff I'm not going to bother putting back in the box because I know it's going to go over here for me to use. Okay, so this is a regular with no ink on it. These I tend to use like with, do I have any of these out? I think the last time I used that one was with Salty Ocean. So let's try that. It is a blue. You didn't want to waste the hollow paper, so you've got lots of triangles. I know, right? So here's some Salty Ocean just added with a regular flat brush. And one thing you notice, and you may not have this issue, but I do, I can see the circle edge. So it's got some harsh edges. Okay. One way to get rid of the harsh edges, though, is going to be to, I think I need another silicone mat. Anyway, one way to get rid of harsh edges is to, and it doesn't matter. What am I doing? I'm not going to do that. Anyway, one way to get rid of harsh edges is just to continue adding more ink. You can blend them out with the inks, but these flat sponges do a lot of times wind up giving you those kind of edges. I'm assuming it's going to do the same thing on here. So let's find out. I'm going to use the same one since it's already got the blue in there. These are clean ones. The difference that I'm seeing at this point is this one has a black top, black felt, and this one has white felt. I don't know if there's another difference, especially since I know that Tim Holtz does a lot of stuff with Sizzix, and this is a Sizzix product. So we're going to go ahead and add some more ink down. It is easier to put on. You tripped on a rock. Ruth apparently tripped on a rock when she was playing. So you can hold this in different ways. Like hold it like a pencil. And I'm finding that it does seem like it's going a little bit smoother, but it does still have that little bit of a mark. Okay. But that might make it easier on your hands. So if you've got these and you've got this, try them out and see. Because you could hold it like this, but I'm thinking I'm going to probably hold it like a pencil or like a paintbrush. It's just a different way to hold it in your hand, whatever is more comfortable for you. And I think when I do it like that, I don't put as much pressure on the edge. So Norma and Ruth are chatting over on Twitch because they can. Yeah, I kind of like that. It's like it's in my hand. It feels like I'm not putting quite as much pressure on the edge. So that's kind of cool. So there's with a flat. And now I'm going to put this one. I haven't used it yet. It's been sitting in my drawer for a while. I'm going to go ahead and put one of the domed ones on. And kind of do the same thing. So I've added some ink to it. And it doesn't seem to have the harsh line at the edge. It does blend out better because of the dome. So both of them, I think, will give you the same kind of result. Do you like that? I may be switching, but I switch between things. It just depends on what I feel like doing at the time, and I play with all the things. Because one thing I'm noticing is like right at that edge, I'm able to bring the color right. Do you think it's worth what you pay off them? Who am I paying off? Norma? What are you talking about? I should really put my scraps in one place, but they are in different bags and boxes in different parts of my room. I know, right? I am always finding things that I haven't messed with in a while. So I'm going to try to take care of that harsh edge on that side. And it does look kind of gradient in. I like that. Okay. So I do have to say I like this tool. I will be using it more. The downside is that, well, first off, you've only got the 2 heads. And how many colors do you have? It probably means I need to get one for every color family. And maybe I'll save these for using with my oxides. I don't use the oxides that much. I've been using Simon Hurley a lot. I've basically got, I don't know if I have all the oxides anymore, but I was collecting that for a while. At my desk right now, because I've been using them more, I've got the Salty Ocean, I've got Antique Linen, and then I've got Black Soot in both oxide and in brain, and in distress ink. So I've got those. My distress line is the one that I like the most right off the bat. Those are the ones that I played with first. I just don't have room right at my desk for all of the things. Yeah. I like the domed better. But to be honest, since I got, I used the flat ones for a long time. I had trouble with getting blending on colors when I first started, and I learned that the best way to get good, Norma says hi Tigger, the best way to get good blending and good ink color coverage, regardless of what ink you're using, is gonna be layers of color. You have to put multiple layers. If you put one layer down, it's gonna look splotchy. Pretty much every one that you use. Idolize says meow. So using multiple layers of ink definitely makes your color look better. And I'm going to try to get this back in the drawer where I had it. I had these. These have to be stacked. These basically need to be stacked flat. And it doesn't want to fit now where I had it. I don't know why. Something messed up. Give me a sec, guys. So I've got some of my I've got interference inks in here. I've got my Simon Hurley here. I've got another drawer that is Catherine Pooler, which also needs to auto flat. I've been trying to find different ways to store them, but if I don't have them right beside my desk, I don't use them. All of my distress inks, did it not fit in here before? I know it did, and now it doesn't look like it wants to fit. Anyway, all of my distress inks, they're in a cabinet over there with basically a tower that holds everything. I've got like 4 different rows. I know I had them over here. I don't know how they're not fitting anymore. Hi, Jenny. Welcome. Actually, I think you're right, Christina. These don't actually have to be flat. I think you can do them vertical because that's how they are storing them in the tins. Some inks need to be stored flat. I know that Catherine Pooler's does because I actually asked Erica on an email recently, and yeah, those have to, Catherine Poolers need to be done flat, because otherwise the ink's going to start seeping down to the edges. And I think that a lot of that has to do with foam. I think that's just the way it works with foam. So that's going to be something interesting for something new that I know is coming out. I need to check on and see how that's going to work. I can't tell y'all about it yet. Anyway, so this I think is going to be something I'm going to be using. Terry wants to know, is the Todd a bit nutty or a meower? Both.
Both.
He says both. I said both before he said both. So, yeah, I think I'm going to have to order some more of these, because I think I might like this better than the old ones. I'm going to have to play with them a bit more and see. And if I do, then I'm going to have to destash all of my little ties. This is much more convenient. I'll be honest, having one handle like this and be able to just swap out. Actually, yeah, I was thinking maybe blue and purple, and then red and orange. Kind of maybe do a couple of these, and then where do you order them from? These are from Sizzix, so they should be at scrapbook.com. Pretty much all the things that I'm going to be updating the supply list down in the description on YouTube, guys. There is a link that's going to be for this specific video of all of the supplies. After the fact, I will be going through there and updating all of the links while watching the video to see what I used, including all the inks that I'm doing and everything else that I'm using in this one, because I never know for sure what I'm going to use. And I was planning on... Oh, yes, you could if you want. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to put your question up, Stephanie, because that is absolutely correct. You could do with just more pads. And I have. And we've done that with these guys. When I first got all of my distress inks, I did a new pad for basically every color and put Velcro on the bottom of them and then stuck the pads underneath. And then I forgot that they were there, and I wound up using new ones anyway. So it really is going to depend on you. Every crafter has got different ways that they do things. There's a lot of golden nuggets in all the videos that are out there on YouTube to see different ways to do things. What I find that works best for me with my brushes, and this is what I use more often, is having one per family, one per color family. So I've got 5 different ones here. And then I've got another one. This one is for my red, because I didn't have a red one with that. And then I think I've got another one somewhere in there that's for blacks and browns. Okay. So basically one for every color family. And what that does for me is it makes it quicker for me to grab them. If I have to stop, take the thing off, and try not to get it all over my hands, and put another one on, that's going to slow me down so that I don't want to use the colors quite so much. That's just me. It's kind of what I was talking about a lot lately in all of my videos is the tools. You can go buy as cheap as you can. And I really recommend that for anybody who's getting started, especially since you don't know what you're going to like yet, and your tastes are going to change as you learn more. That was me, and I think that's probably a lot of folks. But if you're going to if you decide that it's something that you like, you may want to make it be as convenient as possible. And just say this thing about the tools thing. That's like some of the new things that I'm starting to do on my channel. And in my business and things, I'm starting to go towards some of the paid things, because I've been doing everything as free or as inexpensive as possible, but still trying to give as good of quality as I can to you guys. And some of the tools that I've been trying out lately, that like Link Deli, I'm trying that out for the first time. Only been using it about a week, and right now I am in love with it because of the amount of time that I think it's going to be saving me. Once I understand it better and once I get into a rhythm with using it, it is going to save me so much time, which means I'll have more time to do all of the other things that I keep adding to my plate, because I do that. Anyway, I'm one that I'm thinking that a better tool is going to be worth the money to get it. And you don't need the same tool all the time. I mean, I love my glass mat here, but I also have my new glass mat from Glassboard Studio, and I really wasn't sure I was going to like this size. I mean, when I first saw it, I thought, it's cute, it's small, it looks like it would fit on my desk better. I could use it with what I've already got. It's like one more, I keep on finding, okay, how can I use something in additional ways? But since I've been using it, I'm loving this. This is making it so much more versatile. Also, you see me pick things up and take them elsewhere to let them dry. This is another way for me to be able to do that. I can take this out, use it for whatever, and not worry about this mat being dirty, because I just had to clean this one up because I didn't pull this out. Yeah, it's clean, but this one can get dirty and this one will be clean. This one is, I think it's the 12 by 9, and I will be giving you guys another link for it. In my last couple of videos, there should be a link that goes straight to this one, but it is the small one and is 9 by 12. And they said that it is their unofficial travel size. Now, I don't know if this really would work good as a travel size just because of how heavy it is. It's not too heavy, but it does make your suitcase heavier. And that's because the steel on the back that makes it magnetic. And since we have these out and we're talking about tools, I'm going to show again, although I did the other day. This was something I got at Creativation. Okay. Let me zoom back out a little bit so you can see it better. So here is my Tim Holtz, and here is my craft mat, which means it is a couple of inches, shorter than my Tim Holtz. And it says it measures 8 inches there, and then this little bit on the side makes it the 9. And so this is 12 and this is 9. But they also sent me, you guys already saw that it comes with this magnet, okay? And then my other one, because I've got another one that is bigger, it's basically square, but not quite big enough for me to use and not have the edges of my desk showing all the things when I'm doing video. Because it's about like this big, just doesn't give me, I need this much space. I just do. It's me. These came with the other one, and they are also magnetic. This guy is so magnetic. Look, that thing is really strong. Okay. But they just sent me in the mail. I just got some new things in. And they're blue. So I got a couple more of these little guys. And then I got, this one is their, I think this one is their mag bar. So I got another one of the, yeah, as I'm moving things around, it's trying to attach to the others, okay? But this is the one I like the best. I have no idea if I'm going to use it as much as I think I will, but I love this. It's a ruler. I've got a 6-inch ruler. And again, it is. Kamado has a good point. She says, I suppose it depends on how and where you're traveling. I like it. If I'm traveling with Todd, we tend to we don't check our bags. We do carry on pretty much only if we can get out of doing check bags, we do. If I was taking this, I'd need to do a check bag. Just because it's heavy enough, I don't want to be carrying that on my back. I just don't. Christina says, I like it too. I think it would make a great mat to craft on at my daughter's home. I always worry about crafting at their tables. Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think I'm going to have to look again, but I think this one is fairly cheap, which means you may be able to just buy one, ship it to your daughter's house, and leave it there so you don't have to carry things back and forth. I have started having a few things at my in-laws' house in Austin, and I think I've got a couple of things up in Ohio too, but I'm not sure. But I am keeping some things there so I don't have to carry them back and forth. So if you're able to afford to do that and you feel like it's a justifiable cost, I'd say go ahead and do it. Glassboard Studios is on that list. Let me see if I can pull up the thing. Copy that list. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to use the Linkdeli link that is on the video right now. after the video's done, I will be updating it. I'm going to just click on to the Glassboard Studio and find that product just to confirm the size on it. Magnetic craft mats. And the smallest one they have is 9 by 12. And they have a lot of different colors. They have purple for you guys that love purple. They have an aqua. I think that is super pretty, and I kind of wish I had that one, but I don't. The larger mat that I've got, and I do have it over here. Ugh! Like I said, is bigger, but it's not quite as big as right now. I have it at the edge of my Tim Holtz on that side, and it still has this much space. So it's basically where I would be cutting off top or bottom if I was trying to video using this. And it was bright enough, it was messing with my ISO. It might not mess with my cameras now, I don't know. But Christina says more than one daughter, one in Austin, one in Idaho. Yeah. So the small one is, looks like it is $45. My link though gives you 15% off. And this one I think is the 18 by 24. Is that right? No, it's not. This one's smaller than that. This one was, so that's going to be 17, 18, 13 and a half by 18, I think. So this one here comes to $90 before my discount. But yeah, my link gives you a 15% discount. You don't have to put in an additional code or anything. I tested it to make sure. But when you go into the cart, it should show you that you get 15% off. So I decided that since I'm going to hold this down in my drawer that I keep my paper trimmers and different things like that in, and this is perfect size to fit in that too. I'm putting all the magnets in another bag because otherwise, yeah, I can't, yeah, they're going to get knocked down. They're going to get lost. So I'm putting all my magnets in this one. I picked this one up at the Stamp and Scrapbook Expo last year. I'm just keeping those in the drawer separate too. And it's going to make it easier for me to be able to use. Easy to get to is name of the game. My desk is, it's kind of like when you're in New York. This is Grand Central Station, so everything around here is prime real estate. So only the things that I'm going to use the most need to be the stuff that stick around. Oh, forgot to show you one more thing that I got from Glassboard Studios. This is too cute. I do need to put that back. There we go. This organizer. This is modular. What does that mean? That means the pieces come apart and you can put them elsewhere if you want to. And I'm pretty sure this is all 3D printed. That's what it feels like to me. The only one that I'd say is it's still a module, but this piece here is one piece, and it's also got these little guys, little dividers, so that you could put your pens and pencils and stuff in it. So I'm using this right now, and you can kind of see. So I have to rearrange my desk again. I've been putting it up here mostly to just make sure that I remember that I've got it and that sort of thing. But what I'm going to be doing, I'm going to be moving it to the right so it's out of the way so you guys don't see it quite so much. I don't have to reach across camera. But for right now, that is living over there. And this, I think, is going to live over there too. I'm going to put the blue one back on so that it reminds me that I've got it. And it does not exactly fit in. These little grooves here it doesn't always fit. Some of the things are too big. So let's put that marker there. That one can go in the center. There we go. So Lynn showed it in a short video too. Fabulous. I knew that she had gotten some things as well because I saw I saw part of one of her. I have this bad thing where I get busy and I'm watching a video and I don't finish it. Speaking of busy, right now we have ads going on over on Twitch. Let me zoom back in a little bit and finish cleaning this stuff up so we can go on to the next thing at 2 hours. Oh my goodness. So all of these little sponges are going to go down in there. I do think I'm going to have to get at least one more of those Yeah, I like it. I hadn't even tried it before. I didn't know if I was going to like it, but yeah, I like it. And then this goes in my tool drawer. Oh, I forgot about this. This is another piece that goes along with that stamp platform from Sizzix so that you can extend it further down. So you don't have to have the stencil quite as far on the edge as what I did. Okay. If you guys don't mind, I think I am going to stop for just a second. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to go get a refill to drink and run to the bathroom because it has been 2 hours. And I think I need to write on here, do I have a pen? Here's another use for this. This is in red. We're going to go forgive my writing. So I will be right back, guys. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of music, and I'm turning my face cam thing off because can. And I will be right back. Like I said, I'm just going to run to the bathroom and get me something to drink. And you guys go ahead and do a little bit more chatting and don't go nowhere, okay? I know that you already got a welcome, but here's another welcome to everybody that has just popped Okay, so what do I have next? Oh, I'm going to have to go get some markers at some point. Not going to do it yet. Okay. So this is, of course, that. Okay, Anne is saying, I am Ask3Pot on Twitch. Yes, we know. Anyhow, I'm going to go ahead and clean this off. If water doesn't work, I'm just going to use some alcohol. So yes, you can use it as a whiteboard, or in my case, a pink board. Yeah, didn't want to clean off with that, but I do have a little bottle of alcohol. And these are some markers. This one is a marker that I got last year from Creativation. It's the Sharpie Creative Marker. So I've got some of those. Okay, I've got my voice up as loud as it can go. I'm sorry, honey. And I think I just turned the music up a little bit too loud. Because I try all the things. I don't know why it does what it does. To be honest, last night we had, actually this morning around, I think Todd said it was around like 8 a.m. or something. Our power blipped just long enough to shut my computer off. So I had to reboot everything, and I did check. This pen, it's a Sharpie Creative. And I think just from what I've done with them so far, like I said, I got these last year. There's different sizes. So here's 3 different sizes. I think this one's a Bistro chalk marker. Okay, I think it's from the same company. This is from Akita. Anyway, I think to me they feel more like kind of like acrylic markers, like acrylic paint. What I did notice though is when I've written in my planner, it didn't bleed. That was amazing. Where did I put that notebook? Because I just had that notebook. We were doing that little bit of stamping in. And this is Dollar Tree. This is a Dollar Tree notebook that I added pattern paper to like 2 years ago as a thing. So here's that page that we just did. I'm going to check. I don't remember. Oh, Anna Martin, she had a question. Okay. So I'm thinking, let's just see. This is really thin paper. You can see it a little bit, but not much. Now, if you're using like 28-pound paper like you should be in your planners, I think they're 32-pound pound paper is what companies like Happy Planner and the other ones use when they're making theirs, so that they're the really nice paper. But this stuff doesn't bleed. I mean, but this is like just regular notebook paper. So what I've used these for, okay, I'm bad. What I use them for more often than anything is color coding things. So I know I can look at a glance and see what something is. But yeah, so those are some fabulous markers that I got last year. Okay, so next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and show them. I didn't realize that was designed by Erin. Okay. I've got a couple of things that we need to make some projects with later on. So I'm going to show now. I'm not going to take the time to do it because I really want to. And that takes a while for that one. This was not one of them. I do need to check it out and see how it is. This one says that they are laser cuts from Arden. Vintage Makers Essentials. So let's go ahead and open that up and see. Yeah, I love those markers. I do keep them on my desk for that. I like my alcohol markers because they do such wonderful blending. I've used these other ones in an adult coloring book. And it was thick paper. They didn't bleed through. They do not blend. They do not blend. That's why I think that they feel more like they are like paint markers, because the lines are nice and crisp. The colors are nice and bold colors, but they do not blend together. Okay, so that's what these are. So these are, instead of it being cut out using like your cutting machine, these are laser cut. So the cuts are really crisp. The paper does feel like it is fairly thick. So these are some embellishments. I'm afraid they're going to fall out. That's why I'm being so careful. So we've got a bunch of greenery. So that is cool. This one, A vintage kind of color wheel and typewriter. Love that. Okay, I don't know if I don't think they're adhesive. It says 2 designs, 1 sheet each, 90 laser cut pieces, acid and lignin free, meaning this is great for scrapbooking. But you could also use them for cards. Yeah. So this company's name is Arden Creative Studio. So I don't have an affiliate link for them, but I will look them up, and I believe I think I saw that as part of what I'm doing on Link Deli. I think I can add non-affiliate links in there. So I'm going to have to check that, but I think that's what I saw in there. Let's go ahead and put that through, and I do have the sticky fold on the other side so it does not mess up any of these cuts. It's one of the things I don't like about these sleeves is the cuts, the sticker definitely makes it so that they don't get messed up. I don't know. I haven't heard of Arden, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that it's new just because I never heard of it. But that is a good question, and I'm going to put a chapter marker in right there so that hopefully I will remember to look that question up for when I do the editing and everything. Okay, so there's that one. Let me put that in the bin as well. Okay, so next up, this is one of the things that I'm not... Where'd I get those from? I don't remember. Those are from Erna Van Dyke. Okay, maybe that's a paint thing? I don't know. Okay, this is something that I'm not going to be playing. Yeah, new to us at least. It is definitely new to me. This is something I am not going to be playing with right now, but we need to do a project. Okay, this is brand new from Artesprix. Now, when you're playing, first off, in the chat, tell me if you have not heard of Artesprix, which basically means you may not have been following me very long because you haven't seen any of my projects. And there's been at least 12 months, like 6 months apart, but 12 months where I've done usually 2 projects a month. Terry Cooper does not know Artesprix. Tammy does not know Artesprix. Okay, I'm going to show you something that I made with Artesprix. This is not the best one that I made with Artesprix, but it just happens to be one that I use every day, and it's sitting here on my desk. I made this coaster using Artesprix Iron-on-Ink. What Artesprix Iron-on-Ink is it is a sublimation ink that you can bake into your projects so that they are permanent. And I could run and go get a couple of keychains because I've got a couple of keychains on my purse right now. One I made at CREATIVATION, one I didn't. Now the heart on this one, you probably can't see the design in here. That one was made. I don't think that she's on scrapbook.com at this point. She does have her own website, and there should be a link to that in that link deli view that I gave you. Yes, Artesprix Iron-on-Ink is there. She is in Florida, so she is somewhat close to me. I still have not gotten around to driving like the 2.5 hours to go down to her warehouse because I want to see. But everything is made in the United States, and she is fabulous. I love Ashley to death. Now, the stamp on this one is an Artesprix stamp. The background I made using Simon Hurley stamping foam and an embossing folder. The colors are all inks or paints, okay? So that's what I used to make this one. This one is not, like I said, it's not my best one, but it is the one that stays on my desk. So when you're doing sublimation, it's kind of like when you're doing vinyl. You have to make sure that, yay for stamping foam, I know. You have to reverse the cut, if that makes sense. in order to do a sublimation design, we're going to color on one side using the sublimation markers. I'm not going to do it today. If it's something that you guys really want to see, put that in the chat, put that down in the comments. Say you want me to go ahead and make sure I schedule one of these projects soon. This is a new coloring book that they just came out with, and I just noticed as I'm looking at it, it's like, oh, I didn't know that she did that one. Designed by Erin Reed. I love Erin. She's one of my buddies, but Erin Reed designed this one. And first thing you're going to see is everything is backwards. That is intentional. Everything is backwards so that when you press it, it will be frontwards. Okay? So if you see one of our stamps, one of the sublimation stamps, and I just noticed my hair is kind of doing something, I don't know. Anyway, you'll notice that when you look down at the stamp, it's backwards. That's intentional. That is so that when you press it, it's going to press the right direction, because what we do is you take the paper, you color this up, you turn it over onto your substrate, and you would heat press it. Okay? Yes, these are so fun. So, of course, it makes it hard for me to read them. I can read them from the back. Strong, brave, beautiful, strong, brave, beautiful. So the same words over and over again. So she's got multiples of the same design. So all you have to do is cut it out, put it on your project, tape it down with the heat tape, press it, and you're good. Another thing, and this is because I've heard a little bit more about this straight from Ashley, these are in sublimatable ink. So you don't have to redo that. All of this is going to show through. Okay? So they printed it in sublimation ink. Sharon says mirrored so it shows up right pressed. Absolutely. That is short and concise and sounds a lot better than what I did. So yes, absolutely. You are absolutely correct. So we've got these floral sentiments, some with lilies. That one I think is hibiscus. I think that's hibiscus also. Okay, so we've got those. Then we've got butterflies. And I kind of owe my mother-in-law a shirt, and she wanted butterflies, so I may have to use one of these. I mean, I've seen some things I want to do. I just haven't made the time to do it. And I've got all the products. Do any of you guys have a bunch of things that you want to make, and you've got all the stuff to do it with, but you never get around to actually making it? Oh, by the way, the coloring books are available in the Artesprix shop. And I'm going to look for them real quick because I believe they came out on I think it was on April the 1st or April the 4th. So it was right around the time when we were doing Creativation. She came out with these. Another thing, prices went down and individual markers are available. So those are some of the fun things. Sublimation single markers are $2 for a marker. Instead of having to buy a full set that was like $30, now the full set of 10 markers is $15, and you can get individual markers if you use a lot of one color like I tend to do. You can get a replacement for just $2. Okay, I am looking for the coloring books. There we go. So I do a look up for a coloring book and it pops up. This book is $5. It's only $5. And there are other ones. This one is the Erin Reed Makes one. There is one that is florals. There's one that is mandalas. There is one that is summer and travel. Okay, you guys need to see this screen. Let me pull it up so y'all can see it because y'all need to see this. So yeah, this is the one that we're looking at today. This one's designed by Angie Holden. I have to look and see what's in that one just because. Oh my God, I need this one too. Look at that. It's all the crafty things. It's all the crafty things. They keep pulling me away. I love those butterflies. But isn't this just adorable? And all of these are ready to go. All you have to do is color them, cut them out, and press them. They are good to go. As long as you've got your substrate, they have to be sublimatable substrates. Don't try to put it on a cotton shirt because it's not going to work. But polyester, absolutely. And that's what I owe my mother-in-law, is a polyester shirt. Okay. This one is the summer stuff. Yes, I know, all the crafty things. So this one's summer. This has got crabs and boats and look at the turtle. Yeah. So I'm going to have to get one of everything. Oh, they've even got a Christmas one. I didn't know about the Christmas one. So this is making it even easier. Okay. So this is basically designed for people that are just getting started with it. They don't really know what they want to do. They don't know. I don't know if these inks are going to mess up my lovely stamps. I don't know if they have animals or not. Probably. They have alphabet. They have, I got to look at this one because it says Halloween. So there's pumpkins. I'm sure that there's something other than pumpkins in there. It says fall and Halloween, and there's 10 pages. Okay, so there are more than just the one design. And one of the nice things on the website is it shows all of the instructions. Color it, position it, press it, reveal. It's that simple. So I am going to have to ask about this one. Okay, this one's a blog post. So the back down here are different blog posts showing different things that were done. And most of these are done with stamps. Stamps, I've done die cuts, I've done stencils. I've actually done where I painted paper and then cut things out with my Scan and Cut or Cricut. Lots of different things. This one's done with stamps. So many fun. Then there are some wonderful ideas of anything you can basically do with paint. You can mix together. At Creativation, I was hanging out with Sarah Clark. I think her last name's Clark. Anyway, I was hanging out with Sarah in what used to be Demo Alley. They called it something else this year, and I don't remember what it is. But anyway, we were hanging out while she was doing her thing, and all the stuff that she was doing was with the re-inkers. Just like you can watercolor with any of your dye ink re-inkers, you can do the same thing with this. And she actually made little coloring markers out of water brushes and the re-inkers. And I'm thinking, that is fabulous. Fabulous. But absolutely, these are really, really, really cool. So we've got butterflies. And beautiful, strong, brave, strong. She did the same things. And then we've got the flowers. So we've got the lilies and we've got magnolias. No, I'm sorry, hibiscus. I don't know. They're flowers, right? So multiple pages of flowers. And then we've got some more simple butterflies. And then look at these. Oh, that is so pretty. Choose happiness. Be the change. And stay strong. Be happy. That one's be happy. So pretty. And if you want to see what it says, you just look in the back and you can read through it. See that? So this is just one of the $5 coloring books that she's got. I think I may have to see if I can design some things for her too. I don't know. It's just a thing that I'm thinking about. But isn't that absolutely fabulous? And they're already printed with the black ink, so the black parts are going to stay in your design. Now, if you tried stamping something out with, say, your VersaFine, that's not going to transfer to the polyester. Only the things that you stamp with the ink or color with the ink are going to do it. And the hardest part with doing any of these is doing the reverse writing. So you could draw everything out yourself. You could sign your name. I really suck at trying to do that. But yeah, you could do those kind of things, but you have to do it backwards. And trying to do that backwards with the marker is a little difficult. Unless you use your Cricut, you can draw with your Cricut and you can draw with your Scan and Cut. Did you know? I have a shirt that I drew a llama with my Scan and Cut, so I would actually draw it right and colored it in because it was bigger than any stamp I had, and I didn't have any llama stamps at that point. So it's like this wide because it's on the front of a shirt. So there's a lot of things that you can do with the Artesprix stuff. So I will be bringing those back out. It does look like you guys are wanting to do that. So maybe I need to do another workshop because I have done some workshops on my website before, but I do definitely need to bring this back out and let you guys play and see how it works, because this is game changer. This is going to teach you how you can do it. And as soon as you start playing with this and seeing all the fun things that you can make, I mean, these are, let me just see. Those are perfect coaster size, right? Yeah, those are perfect coaster size. And I had already talked about Craft Express. Artesprix and Craft Express both have really good quality blanks. That's what we call the things that you put everything on. They have really good quality blanks, so you could do that. You could even put these on coffee mugs if you have the right stuff to be able to do it. And I have a craft oven. There are ink pads that are absolutely. That's the biggest thing. They have artist. I'm going to pull the side up one more time. So going back over here, sublimation ink, we have ink pads. And like I said, prices on pretty much everything just came down. We have ink pads. We have the ink re-inkers. We have paints. They've come out with more colors of paints. They recently had, here's the sublimation inks. This one is a bundle of the 1/2 inch size, which was the standard size. They have come out with re-inkers that are 2 ounces. Yes, that's something that is brand new. So there's lots of different ones. And look at all of the colors. There's like 40 different colors because there's like, I think there's only 4 sets. But anyway, there are a ton of different colors. You can mix your own colors with the re-inkers. You can mix your own colors with the paints. I mean, we've done a lot of die cutting out of different colored cardstock, right? So you can paint your paper, and you don't need any specialty paper for it. Paint your paper, die cut them out, put them on a shirt, put them on a blank, whatever you want to, whatever shapes you want to do, and you can press that. It is so fabulous. There's so many different ways. There are, and on the blanks that we have over here, in case you didn't know, although this isn't something I do a lot of, I love the concept. I love the ideas. I love the fact that you can do all the things with the products you already have. And if you ever need a specialty gift for somebody, you can make it completely personalized. Okay. So under blanks, apron, baby onesie. How cute is that? Bag tags. I have one of those. Oh, hi, Dawn. This one is a beverage caddy. So you put your bottle of wine there and you hang your couple of little glasses on the sides. And yeah, it's a caddy. We've got bookmarks, bottle openers, buttons, canvas zip bags, charms. There's a little bitty charms so you can put them on whatever you want to, right? We've got metal panel. Yeah, I have one of those in my dining room. We have door hangers. We have drawstring bags. We've got garden flags, garden stake, glitter bags. Yes, you can sublimate on the glitter bags. This is a glitter zip case. There's also sequin ones. Headbands, jewelry pendants, keychains in different materials. It's like they've got maple and plastic and metal. And I've got a couple of the metal ones. Kitchen towel, magnets, ornaments, neckties. Pillowcase. Yeah. All the different things. I haven't done one of these on sequins. I mean, yeah. And these are just the really good quality ones that are definitely going to work that are on Artesprix. If you go to Craft Express, they've got a ton more stuff. So yeah, there are a lot of different ways. I'm a cheapo. I admit it. I have also done my own hacks. So say a wood ornament or something like that, painted white, laminated over the top because laminate is made out of polyester and go over the top of it. You're not going to get as good a results as if you use a quality blank, but it is a good way to practice and it's not that expensive to try them out. Anyhow, that's Artesprix. I will get off of that soapbox because I love the stuff. I absolutely do. I love Ashley to death. She is a sweetheart. And you can make so many fun things, especially when it's something you can't find anywhere else. And if you are a mom or a grandmom, how fun would it be to have handprints in the paint permanently on a shirt or kitchen towel or apron, something like that. Those are just so fun. Terry Cooper said, just signed up for the newsletter. Are you talking about my newsletter or Artesprix newsletter? Okay, this one I'm putting away because I use it. Oh yeah, they do. I mean, they're good buddies. When I was chatting with Vic and Megan at CREATIVATION a couple of years ago, and at that point, you know, what I was looking for at that point was, what companies do I want to try to work with, and those kind of things. And as soon as I was talking to them, I started thinking, I don't know if this is a good idea, because I don't know, because they both do sublimation. Well, I'm already on Ashley's team. And so I went over and I asked Ashley, and it turned out that they were good buddies and they were working together. So yeah, they work very well together. So that is a good thing. Okay, next up, this I have to try out because I haven't yet. This is from DecoArt. Let me get to my button. There we go. This is from DecoArt. Now, I saw the stuff in my stuff that I got. A lot of the things that I got was not where I picked them up personally from the vendor. Okay, it's where they got together and they wanted to do some things for some content creators, just to give you guys an idea of the things. This is one of those things. Now, I know DecoArt because we've all used DecoArt paint for years, right? Anytime you need to do a crafty paint thing, that's one of the ones that you go to because it's at Michael's and Joann's and stuff. I saw these though in my box and I did like, what in the world are these? So we've got a couple of markers with no ink in them, nothing in them. I've got some colors of paint, and this is me first taking a look. Oh, you signed up for her newsletter. Perfect. I think I still have a 10% off thing at Artesprix for you guys, but I'll have to double check it. I think it's rolled into my code, but I don't know. So I'm going to have to find out for sure. And if it's not, then I need to just make sure that I include in the emails that it is a 10% off. I think it is. So that will save you even more money. So we've got lavender, and we've got dragon teal, and we've got fresh mango. Okay. And then this is what told me what it is. These are for watercolor. These are acrylic. These aren't for watercolor. This is a marker maker. So this I'm thinking I've never seen before. So it's got to be brand new. Americana DecoArt transforms acrylic paint into marker fluid. So instructions: mix 1:1 ratio of marker maker with acrylics. Adjust as needed. Okay. And it even has a top that makes it so that you're supposed to squeeze it, I think. Let me see if it's got a blocker in there. Okay, yeah. I was thinking if it's like a mustard thing, I would need... Do I have a coupon code for what? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I'm thinking you're probably asking me, well, let me look at my Twitch and see if it did something weird over there. Yeah, it just doesn't show me what you said. So for Artesprix, I'm going to have to look. I know I did, and I'm thinking it's still valid, but I'm going to have to double check. Oh, I don't have one for scrapbook.com. They did have a 12% off. I think that was through yesterday. I use all of their coupons. I do have an affiliate link, and that's going to be attached. And let's see if I can copy the link. I don't know if this works. I'll be honest. I'm assuming that this works. I just clicked it from the Link Deli page, and that should be the link for... Sorry about that. That should be the link to go to scrapbook.com. And like I said, it is an affiliate link. I'm trying to open this without making a humongous mess because I know me. But let's see, does scrapbook.com have any kind of a sale going on now? Because they had one through yesterday. And I know because I spent money on things. And of course, I took advantage of their freebies. So whenever you're looking at scrapbook.com, be sure to check out the coupons and deals area, because a lot of times they'll have freebies on there. Sometimes that shows up on the checkout page. Sometimes they don't, because there was a couple of things, extra things that I got that were not at the top of the checkout page that I found on the coupons and deals. So one of which was the pink magic mat. They always have some kind of freebies. I love that they always have some kind of freebies. So under, it says shop stamping and tools, plus add 3 free gifts to your cart. One is the pink magic mat. One is the Sizzix tea time with a $50 purchase. That's one of the things I just got. And one is the Simon Hurley's Clear Skies Astro Paste. Yes. Okay, so yeah, those are the things that I know that I got yesterday, but I also got the 12% off because I shopped yesterday. So always check that when you're needing something. Whenever I'm needing something and I know I need to get it, I make sure to I always make sure to check those to see what else is it that I've been putting off that I need. So can you guys guess which color I want to try first? And I only have 2 of these, and I have 3 colors. This is going to be a paint marker. Todd's behind me. Absolutely. Ding, 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 ding. Mono got the answer right. Okay, let's see, that had a lid. I'm putting the lid on so I don't accidentally spill it. You guys don't know me very well, do you? It's like, of course I'm going to do the teal. I need to get the plastic off first, and I don't want to spill this stuff. I actually don't have this color of teal in with any of my paints, and I don't use them often enough. I mean, okay, I don't have time to use them more often. And since I have stuff in my garbage thing, I might as well use it. So this is from one of the other packaging. So might as well use packaging to test this out, right? This is a heavy duty, kind of glossy kind of cardstock. So it says to do half and half. I don't want to use too much of it, so I'm just going to put some in here. So that's not a lot. And I have no idea how liquid this is. It says to adjust as needed, so I'm going to assume that if I don't put enough in there, it's okay. I can just put more in there and just shake it and okay. I'm going to check on this one because I think that the lid does not actually twist off. I'm just looking at it to see because I want to make sure it's on there tight. It does not twist off. It pops on because it's got 2 little ridges there. So those have to pop in like that. That's how that one works. Where did I get the tool that I used to get the plastic off the paint? Okay, that's my pokey tool. Is Miss Gloria in the This is made by Gloria Wolf, and my phone, this is made by Gloria Wolf. And you can only get it by email. I do have this one in the Discord. Let me grab her email address real quick. My Discord is not one where close. Let me see if I can reboot it. Like I said, I had an issue with my computer. I know you do. And like I said, there are 2 different ones, and I didn't use a lot, so that means I can use this and be able to do another one. Let me see. Do I have Discord still open? You know how when you close a program, sometimes it doesn't completely close. So I'm going to try to do the end task thing and try to reboot it because there we go. Because apparently something messed up, so I can't open it up. Now it's opening it. Installing an update. Okay. So we're going to see how this does. And I have no idea if you can reuse it after you've done it. So I'm trying to prime it, and you can see some of the paint is going down. I have a feeling if you use more in it, it probably would go through there faster, but I also don't know if that would be too much. Okay, let me get the link for, let me copy the email address for her. So if you go under sales and discount codes, I think, no, that's not where it is. It's under crafty shopping, I think. Under crafty shopping, sell your crafty creations. And I've got a copy of Ms. Gloria Wolf's, her business card is over there. So let me go ahead and type that in. And it was Stephanie on YouTube that was asking about it. Let's see if it'll let me paste it into my StreamerBot chat and it go to both places. Maybe. At some point, I really need to turn this into a button. Bling Creations 520. Yes. Okay. I do not have an affiliate link or anything. It's just Gloria is one of our buddies, and I've had this for, I don't even know how long, at least a couple of years, at least. Also got glue topper, which you can tell is tarnished and dirty because it's been, yeah. So she does make these as well. So I've had that one for a while too. I think I actually mixed it enough, but I'm waiting for the paint to go all the way down. You can start to see it go through there. You see the color? I mean, I also have a Tim Holtz pokey tool, and I'll be honest, I use this one much more often. I usually use that one when I can't. I usually use the Tim Holtz one when I can't find this one. So it's always on my desk. I want to see the paint marker work. It's like almost down there. Don't look now, but there's a man walking behind you. Yeah, I showed him the video. I think it was Mary clipped where Elizabeth's hubby scared the crap out of her on her stream this week. That was so funny. So I asked Elizabeth what happened there, and turns out it's like she was just working away, and apparently, was it her? I either asked her or I asked Mary or both, and he just kind of walked up and was just standing there staring at her. Okay, you guys already know. I know this is taking a while, but y'all know that usually what takes the longest of anything is prep. So getting the marker created and getting it prepped to use, of course, is going, and I didn't put a lot of paint in there, is of course going to be the thing that takes the longest amount of time. But it's mostly, the paint is mostly there. And it's streaky at this point because there's not enough in there. Okay. It's not completely primed. But yeah, now I've got a marker that is adding paint. I probably should have put a little bit more, but isn't that cool though? That is a really cool thing. I think I'm going to actually keep these on my desk and see what I can play with them. These other ones I'm going to go ahead and put away. Okay, this I'm going to, oh, I like that lid. The lid, because this is liquid, that little piece there goes into the center of this. Can you see that? To make it so it is sealed up so it's not going to spill. So that is fabulous. Okay, so that goes in the bin. And I'm not talking about a trash bin. I'm talking about a container of things for me to put away. Okay, so now we've got some other things that I'm going to be trying out at some point, and I'm not doing it today. I am not an expert on painting. Okay, I'm not an expert on painting, but I do have some painting stuff over here. And I've got stuff from a couple of different companies. And it won't dry out. Exactly. So these are all from, I think I actually got some stuff from them last year too, and I have been bad and not really done painting like what I want to. These are from Dynasty. This set is some faux sable. So we've got 3 different sizes there. It even tells you on here how to care for them. So that is nice. After each use, wash in water or brush cleaner, reshape bristles, and store in an upright position. Okay. So we've got those pretties. These are also from them. And these are, they're called Evo Art. Does anything over here say? No, doesn't say. But these are Evo Art. These two are they're black gold, and this one I think is kind of interesting looking. And I think I saw somewhere, probably on their website or something, I saw that there's different, you use different brushes to get different looks. So if this one's another angle brush, just like that one is, but this one has a little fishtail on the end, and I have no idea. Sharon says, I probably paint more than anything else. Well, I do a little bit. I usually just do when I want to add a watercolor softness or something, and it's usually like watercolor pencils that I use with, or inks used with a brush. So we've got those, and then this one is also from them, and it is a stencil. It's the Stencil Pro. So it's using with stencils, and I'm thinking maybe that's where these stencils came from, but I'm not 100%. Actually, it's where somebody asked me. Okay, I remember where I got these from. It's where Christy was doing a demo alley thing, and at the end of the session, it's like I didn't get in because it got full. But anyway, at the end of the session, she was giving away some of the stuff that was there, and here's a couple of stencils that they did. And these are all, I'm thinking these are going to be good for doing something for my mother-in-law. And guess what? I could use this for Artesprix, by the way. And how do you reverse the text on a stencil? That's it. So I could do that like maybe on a kitchen towel, and it would say forever chasing the sun and be an Austin look, right? Same kind of thing with this one. Actually, I think that's what I'm probably going to do with these. These both look like they would be great for kitchen towels, and I may still have a couple of blanks. Anyway, that's what those are for. Another company that I chatted with, and this was fun. When I was chatting with them, you guys have probably, many of you guys have been to at least one of the card making success summits with Brandy Mahon, right? So Brandy was there. I got to meet her in person, and one of the places we wound up just kind of hanging out, and I had met these folks last year, but we wound up hanging out with the folks at Stoneground, and I found out that I can't really watercolor from just straight out of my brain, but Brandy can. I mean, I tried and it didn't work out too well because, like, you know, you're sitting down and just doing a little bit of painting and it didn't work too well. But this is a really fun company, and there are some sweet, sweet people. And they make, last year they were actually making the watercolor paint right there in the show. So that was really fun. This year they were not, but that's okay. So anyway, yeah, I met them. I met them. He was actually watercoloring something while he was working on a fish. He was actually watercoloring a fish. And it's I just don't have the patience and time to do it. I really don't. I need to. But I do have some samples. So they gave me some sample cards of their this is the one that I tried to do that really didn't turn out well. I could, now that it's dry, I could go back over and make it look decent, but yeah, it didn't work out too good. But anyway, I've got different ones of their, this one's their gouache, this one's their coastal palette, and this one it says is their designer series. And this one makes me think of Christmas colors because we've got crimson, green, and we've got a gray. So these would be really pretty. And I need to practice. I need to try stuff out. There's a lot of things I want to learn to do. And how do you learn things? You just go ahead and start doing them, right? It's just making the time to do that. So these are some things I will be playing with and trying out, of course, their brushes from those other companies. And yeah, I really have to do something with those. That would be cool. Okay. Next. I know that you guys will recognize this, and I haven't done it in a while, but I need to. Again, you got the supplies, but you don't make the time to do it because you got so many different things you want to play with. This one is Opal in alcohol ink. I don't think I had this color yet. Pretty sure I didn't have this color. So that's going to be cool to see how that one works out. But again, I don't really get out my alcohol inks that much. So that is on my to-do list of things that I want to play with. Your palm tree might be iffy, but I liked your bun set. I think you meant my sunset. Maybe. Okay, so we've got some new alcohol ink colors. I got a couple of books here. And then I got, okay, let me do all three of these. So this one is this one's an art sketchbook from Art Creation. This is from Talons. Yeah, Talons is one of the big companies that's there every year. And I might as well open it and see what the paper looks like. Since it's a sketchbook, I'm assuming that the paper is not going to be all that thick. But I did get a couple of journal type of books. Let me go ahead and grab this other one. Oh, I forgot to pull that out. When I was doing this is another thing that I got from Vic at Craft Express. This one I got for a $5 donation, which I mentioned during the video that if you did a $5 donation, they would give you a dog collar, a bag, or something else. I forgot what the other thing was, but you could get that with your name on it. So now mine has my name on it. And this is one of their blanks. So that was pressed using Craft Express stuff. This one is from Ranger. I've actually got a couple of books from Ranger. Oh, and Ranger also gave me an apron. So now I have a Ranger apron for when I decide I'm going to get messy. As if I'm really going to remember to put my apron on before I get messy. This has got a really nice cover. And it comes with a pen that says Ranger on it. And I don't remember the name of the woman, but she was at the Ranger booth, and it's basically when I came over and I saw the sign saying that Simon was going to be doing his presentation or his demo thing at 11 o'clock. So she gave me a couple of things, and I said I was going to come back, which I did come back. But yeah, so this one is a nice little journal. And this paper, it is thicker than the stuff in my other notebook. Okay, so it's nicer paper. Okay, and then we've got this one that is a sketchbook. And this is actually fairly thick too. So it may be a sketchbook, but I have a feeling I could do stamping and stuff in this one too. And again, this one is from Talons. And they said this is 94-pound paper. Okay, so some of the lightweight cardstock we use could be like 80-pound or 96-pound. This one is 84-pound, 140 GSM. Heavyweight cardstock, it tends to be about 300 GSM. So yeah, this is some nice paper. So yeah, this is going to stay on my desk. When you say Ranger, I first think of those Western movies. Like a Lone Ranger, yeah. And then this one is from Tonic, and this one is 65 pounds, acid-free. So it's also a nice paper. This one is also a spiral-bound sketchbook. So even though it says sketchbook, I think it would work for a lot of the stuff that I do if I decide I'm going to start doing an art journal or something. Probably Dawn probably knows what quality paper you need for that better than I do. So I would love for her to let us know. Where is my tweezers? There's my tweezers. I don't want to mess up the cover, but I do want to get this sticker off. Let's see if I can be careful and not. There we go. That actually worked better. Okay. And it doesn't say it on the inside anywhere, so I'm going to go ahead and put this right on the inside so I know. So this is a nice notebook too. Okay. And then this one, I believe, I'm trying to remember what the company, this one is also Royal Talents. And this one is Van Gogh, and this one is mixed media paper. So this is the thicker. This one says that it is 135 pound, 220 GSM. So my heavyweight cardstock that I tend to use is, I think is 110 pound, 300 GSM. So it really depends. GSM has to do with how much pressure it took pushing it together when they were flattening everything out to make the paper. So you want to look at both of those numbers. But this is, it's not quite heavyweight cardstock, but it's close. It says it's 135 pounds, so it probably could do it. But this is mixed media paper, and it does have a perforated edge right there on the edge. And since I have this out, assuming that the paint is in there enough, I should probably do a little bit on each one of the books, right? And this is big enough I would be able to cut them down and make things with them. My assumption is that it's not going to bleed, and it doesn't. Now I have to leave it out to dry. And this one did not bleed either. Awesome. Okay, next I've got some things from Kingart. Okay, now Kingart was not at the show. They were not at the show, but even though they weren't at the show, they did want to send some stuff for us to give you guys a look at and to try out. Okay, so I'm going to start with this big box. And this one is some more brushes. And it is a pretty box. And these are some of those big, long handle brushes. These are some really pretty brushes. I don't think it really needed this big of a box, so I'm not going to keep it in the box, but these are real pretty. Now, I've got one other fan brush. So this one I have here, and I think what I probably need to do at some point is kind of do a comparison. This one is, looking at the script, this one's Hobby Lobby. And this one, of course, is artist quality, where the other one is artist trying out. So yeah, we've got some pretty brushes in here, and I am going to try them out. Number 2, number 10, number 2. I'm sorry, number 4, number 10, number 2. Those are flats. And then we've got some rounds. This one's another flat, number 8, a number 2 round, a number 4 round. This one's a filbert. Yeah, number 8. But anyway, we've got some pretty brushes. This one is, I think this one is basically, I have a feeling that this is probably higher quality than the student grade, because there are different qualities of brushes. There's like craft quality brushes. There are student grade quality. This one says finest quality AP Taclon. Hand chosen, this one's artist tools. I'm thinking these are probably going to be artist quality brushes. But yeah, those are some pretty orange brushes. So what Kamado noticed is that they were orange. Okay, so there's that. And then we've got some other things from them. We've got some markers, watercolor pencils, and ink markers, which is one reason why I left the paper out over here. So I didn't remember I knew I had gotten some pencils, some colored pencils, but I didn't remember whether or not they were watercolor or regular, but these are watercolor ones. The only other ones that I use somewhat regularly are the Tim Holtz. So why don't we go ahead and just give a couple of the colors a try. And of course, they've got lots of greens and they've got lots of teals, blues. So this one is a 24 set. I'm going to grab out, let's go with an orange and a red. And why not the yellow that goes in the middle? They've got a lighter yellow and then they've got this somewhat darker yellow. And I'm just going to use Contemporary Crafts cheapo brush. So not a special brush for this, just a cheapo one. I've also got like 2 or 3 different ones. You know they profess when the brushes have descriptions. Yes, watercolor pencils. I mean, these are the other watercolor pencils that I've got that I use most often. These are Tim Holtz and they're all solid. They don't have wood with them, so it's just the solid pigment. So, and I have not tried them to even see how well they color. And I am not a watercolor expert and I'm not a colored pencil expert. And this is probably not the best way to swatch them, but I do like this yellow. That's kind of cool. So I'm going to get a little bit of water now that I've added them down. This is one way I know that you can add it. You can do the color down first and then add water.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message. I love you. Now back to our show.
Hey, nerdy. But I don't know if you can see this or not. Let me try zooming in. And I know that the quality of video is not that good when I do the zooming in. But you can see the color marks. Okay, you can see the striation of the color when you've got the pencil on there. So pencil looks one way and watercolor looks something different. But look when I add a little bit of water to this. It just comes right on down. And this is not watercolor paper, okay? This is just that journal paper I was just looking at, okay?
You are not a watercolor expert, but you are expertly you.
Ruth did text to speech and she said, you are not a watercolor expert, but you are expertly you. Todd is not amused today at anything. I don't know what his problem. Oh, he's trying not to listen to me. Sigh. So if I put heavier down, you'll probably see this better. So I am kind of going a little bit heavy on that and then just picking up a little bit of water. And now you can't even tell that it was pencil to begin with. Oh, I am liking these. Okay. So this is just me playing a little bit. So I do have to say, Debbie, his cat lost his funny fishbone. Okay. Anyway, I think I'm going to keep these out on my desk because I want to play with them. I do like these. You like seeing. Well, I like seeing too. It's kind of where I don't think I would do very well blind. Oh, you think the close-up is nice quality. Okay, great. Okay, the Todd, time to get the big guns out. What? Okay, so we've got that. Then we've got this one. I don't know what I'm surprised I actually like these as much as I do. Avenger Fox, I have some watercolor pencils and I really like them. Todd's not dancing in the air. No, he's not. He's trying to ignore me because he knows that this is going to be a long stream and we're already at 3 hours. And he knows I told him. I did tell him. Okay, so I'm just going to take out a couple of the markers. Why not stick with the red and the orange? So these are acrylic. So this is watercolor. This is acrylic. Don't know if you need to shake them or not, but I did it anyway. And it didn't bleed. And I was able to get a little bit of blending. Did you see that? I like that. I knew he was going to say something stupid like that. He just said, like you blend. I'm devoted. Yes. Devoted to being long-winded. So these are nice pens too. That's what Dawn said. Stop it. So I think what I may wind up doing with at least one of these books is using it as a swatch book. I mean, look how the color is going down so nicely. I keep going. Okay, I need a bag for these. So these are going to go into the bin and then get put somewhere else. Flexible nylon brush style tip allows for painterly strokes. I don't know what that means, but we're going to go with it. I'm just doing the, like, what am I, well, what, here's green. And here's another green. Oh my God, I'm still going. Did you leave, Susan? Yeah, we're not through all the stuff yet. I told y'all. I'm also thinking pattern paper. I'm also thinking I could make a really cool background just with the paints and cut them out or die cut them out and make them into cards because that's what I do. She's the Energizer Bunny in her other life. And this is kind of like those other markers I was telling you about. The one that I told you that I like so much. Where did I put them? These from Sharpie that are the creative markers. Kind of feels the same, but the brush is different. This one's got like a bullet nib, and these other ones have got a brush nib. And if you've tried brush nibs on any of your things, you know how nicely they... Susan! Technically, I didn't leave. I just kind of dozed off for about 2 hours. Well, honey, I've only been streaming for 3. I mean, this puts down so much pigment. And I think as long as it's wet enough, you can probably blend with it. Look how dark that black is. And it didn't take long to dry either. It's mostly dry, and I can definitely feel the paint texture. Last thing you saw was a notebook getting stamped. Yeah, this is nice. This is nice. So we've tried out the Kingart watercolor pencils. That's this up here. And I'm going to have to swatch everything at some point. And then we've got all of our Kingart, and I can't put them back in the box because I could probably put them back in the box. At least that way I know what they are and I can keep them somewhat contained until I find a better home for them. Ruth, you do that all the time because you are on the other side of the world, honey, and that's why you are forgiven so much. So it actually has the colors that are there. So 12 pens. And they're no longer in RGB order. That's okay. That's okay. Okay. So that's going in the bin. And this is going in the bin. But we're not done with those yet. We've got another marker set. And of course, that's okay. I just put those markers down there. And of course, they came out of the packaging. Because it wasn't kind of packaging. Oh, honey, I'm just teasing you. I am just teasing you. So these are... brush and fine tip. And these I think are water base. I thought I saw that on there somewhere. Now I don't see it. Yes, water base markers. And it's a bunch of them. Look at that. Okay. So one end has got a little bullet nib. Okay. And the other end should be a brush end. So I think these are good for like hand lettering, which I don't really know how to do yet. I need to learn. Colors of those pens are great. Everything you've done so far has been fabulous, but I have to go. I'll catch the rest of the replay. Bye all. Bye, Miss Stephanie. And thank you so much, honey. I appreciate you being here. And I will put chapter markers in so you can find the stuff that you're really interested in. And I will put links to everything down in the description. Whether I have an affiliate link or not, you guys are still going to get the links to all the things. Yeah, at some point I have to learn how to do. The only thing I actually kind of sort of remember is that there's the fine going up and then firm down, up, down. Yeah, I can't really do it. But anyway, so that was the lighter orange. This one's called orange. And one thing I do need to double check is see how it goes through. And this paper so far, nothing that I've done so far has bled through. Well, Dawn, you're just saying that because you are an encouraging and uplifting person. It's not because my technique actually. Do those go down like tombos? Do I have any tombos over here anymore? I do have to remember to do a comparison on that at some point. I do like the flexibility of the... Oh. I think it might have had to do with the way I was holding it, because this I like better. Maybe I'm also just kind of sort of remembering. So this is another one of those things that is on my list of things I want to learn to do, but I have not made the time to do it. Especially since I really hate my writing. I think I may have been holding the pen wrong. It may have been it. I have to remember to hold my pen like this. Let's see if I can do it in frame so I can remember. So. And now I have a couple of books. I have a couple of books to practice in, right? Okay, the markers we're doing right now are not the paint markers. This one is Kingart's water base. I don't know that I've got affiliate links for them as yet. So that's something I need to check on. I had actually never heard of them until they sent me stuff for me to try out. And I am liking those. So the Kingart stuff that we just did, this is the watercolor pencils, all blended out. These are the acrylic markers. So the acrylic brush pens did these. Okay. And then these colors here are the twin tip brush pens that are water base. Okay. Oh, your internet was out for like a half hour? That sucks. Thank you, Ryan, for the resub. And I don't know why I didn't hear that, but that's okay. You guys might have. So that's for those guys. All right. These, I think... Okay, so the one alert didn't do the audio. I have to fix that. The other one did. Oh my God, that just dinged so loud in my ears because I just turned it up. Okay, so these I think I showed you guys last year. It's from Toss, and these are zooming out. These are recyclable. They're basically made out of recycled papers. So to me, it looks like the recycled container egg cartons. But yeah, these are for paint palettes. So yeah, I met the lady last year. She was super sweet, and I did get a couple more of them this year. I think I don't know if I still have any of mine from last time or not. Anyway, and then we've also got some Nuvo gel pens. And that's my top bin, which means we're mostly done. Not completely done, but mostly done. So that was my top bin. Next, most of the rest of this stuff is not things I think I'm going to be doing too much with, although I do have some stamps. I was about to write look like egg cartons. Absolutely. Okay, I'm going to try out these pens though. One of the things that I have always struggled with is gel pens, and I think I've told y'all that. I don't use white gel pens on things much. Why? Because they don't put out any ink. The one time I need to use them the most is when I'm signing the back of a card that's in black. If it's a black card, I need to sign it in white. Let me make sure I get it rolling. I don't know if this one was rolling or not yet. And Ryan is in the house. Okay, so that one is not, it is rolling on my finger, but I think it's where I was trying to put it on paint that may not be dry enough yet. Okay, I need to put this on some dark cardstock. What the heck? What do you try to put on my head? Is that a turtle? Ryan, why you put a turtle on my head? Okay, here's a piece of black cardstock. Okay, so I'd say that these are actually really good. I was going to say pretty good, but no. The reason I was going to say pretty good is that there was a little bit of skipping, but I also didn't write slowly. So one thing that I have noticed is that if I'm using a white gel pen, I probably need to write slowly to kind of make up for the places where it may wind up with some gaps. Also, this is the first use of the pen, so I would not be surprised if there were some little air pockets in there. But that still looks pretty good. Turtle, turtle. So Ryan was putting a turtle over my head. Okay, so that was one of them. This one says white gel pen. Yes, that's all it says on there. I was thinking maybe it would say the size, because sometimes they're different sizes. Okay, so this one's needing a second to get caught up. So you can see it does take a minute. That looks good compared to other gel white pens. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. And I think these are both the same size. And this one's doing better probably because it has had a little bit more use. Yeah, I didn't notice the gnome. I don't know why. I think maybe the sound is just not, I don't know. I may not have, well, I told you guys that I had to, my computer rebooted itself, which usually means everything gets reset, which means I don't hear some of the things. Some things are really loud today, and some things I'm not hearing at all. It kind of looks like chalkboard to me. Okay, so got a couple new gel pens, and these are the other ones that I've been using. I've been using Jelly Roll. And this is a Jelly Roll that's been being used for a while. So it does work pretty decent, but I've also been using it a while, and I think it took a little bit longer to get started. So this is actually just another good one for me to put in here. I have used Jelly Roll before, and I've had some that really sucked. And I'm impressed that the first use out of the box, first opening, first use, they actually work, because for a long time I was getting stuff that never did. Well, now I can enjoy looking at it after. What country singer? Oh, Jelly Roll. Oh, God. Okay, so Ryan was saying, I wonder if that's how the country singer got him, meaning his name. And he was talking about Jelly Roll. I don't know. Maybe that's just how the pens got their name. It's Jelly Roll. Okay. So I think doing swatches in one of these books is probably a good idea. What do we have next? So I do still have a bin of things. Is there anything in that is... So these are the things talking about the notebooks. So I did actually have more information on those. Okay, and other than that, okay. This is all I have left to go through. These two, I pulled out both of these because one I already had in my stash and the other one I did not. I've talked to you guys before about Scorch Markers. And a couple of years ago, I did a project for the Cricut Joy Summit, my first Cricut Joy Summit. I did a project using the Scorch Marker. And what the Scorch Marker is, Country Guy is always playing. What are you talking about? I'm surprised he's not on yet. Anyway, what the Scorch Marker is, it's where you can write on wood or anything else you want to burn. But you can write on wood. You get enough of the ink down, and then you heat it with a super hot heat tool. Now, this is not going to be our regular ones we use for embossing. It's not going to be the Ranger Heat It tool. I wound up grabbing my husband's industrial heat gun. I don't remember what the heat marking was on it, but I got his. Okay, and I used that and it worked perfect. And what it winds up doing, it makes that burnt wood look. Okay, so I made some cute little ornaments with a deer on there. I still have them around here somewhere, where it basically just has a burnt on deer on the front. So cute. Okay, so that is the Scorch Marker. Well, I got this a while back and haven't actually tried it. And this one is Maker's Magic, also from Scorch Marker. This one, it says it's gloss, and I need to read through it to see exactly. Oh, I see what it is. Now I know why I got it. This is a sealer to use after the fact. So this is the sealer to go over it so that it's nice and pretty and all the thing. Burnt deer does not taste good. I know. Now, they have come out with something new. And Evan at Scorch Marker, because I met him and I chatted with him a bit, and he said that he's going to send me some more goodies, so that will be coming. Not here yet. Probably went in the mail today or yesterday. I have not checked my email, so I don't know. But this is something that he gave me at the show, okay? And that is Scorch Paint. Now, we have a joke. What do you call cheese that isn't yours? Nacho cheese. Okay, so anyhow, this stuff, the things that the Scorch Marker stuff makes me think of similar uses as what we're able to do with the Artesprix markers. You can draw things with your Artesprix markers and press them onto a permanent project using your regular crafting supplies, right? The Scorch Marker, you can also draw and everything. Same kind of deal, but it is one of those thick markers, like one of the markers we were trying earlier. The paint marker that we made. That tip is the same way that the Scorch Marker tip is. But I got to try out a prototype at the show, and you probably saw it in the video. So the marker that we were using to mark on that cheese board that was going to the guy that was retiring, those were a fine tip. So that is a prototype. It's not out yet. So thank you so much. Ryan likes my nails. Thank you, honey. This stuff is paint though. And I was thinking, water it down a little bit, use it like watercolor. No, he says it's thin enough as it is. So this is something we're going to be trying out after I know a little bit more, because I don't really want to screw up even on the first try. And it's probably not going to be until after I get the other things in. This is also something that I think would probably work well with those stencils we just saw. But I'm thinking if you're going to use a reusable stencil with stuff like this, you probably need some pixie spray or stencil adhesive on that to make sure it stays in place. A great way to use stencils when it comes to doing anything like this is, of course, to use vinyl. Cut out a vinyl stencil, use that on your project, chuck it when you're done. So yeah, so there is going to be something coming up soon with that because I have to play I want to look and see what the consistency is. Okay, so it's in the thing. Take out my pokey tool again. And I don't want to make a mess of this, you know? For one thing, I don't want to waste any of it. And it's purple. I think it is a really good idea to have it a dark color like that, because that way you can see where you painted with it. But like what we did for that, I think doing a cutting board or a cheese board or something like that. There's a lot of wood type things. I mean, even even like a tray to have on your coffee table to hold things would be great to do stuff like that. And of course, I put the lid back on before seeing the consistency. Okay. So it's kind of a gel. But I think it's not really that thick of a gel. That makes sense. Okay, you got to see what Ryan just said. A friend of mine put her pain pills in edible glitter. That way, if she's in pain, at least there is glitter. Anyway, Evan was this really sweet guy. I really liked getting to. Oh, while I had it out here, this is what the Scorch Marker tip looks like. This is not a Scorch Marker, but this is what it looks like. What does it look like on the paper towel? Okay. He wants to know what it looks like on the paper towel because he knows I don't want to waste any of it. It's going to be purple. Okay, I'm cleaning off my Gloria Wolf pokey tool. So it still looks purple. But if I were to try to use a heat gun on the paper, it would probably, all of this would turn charred first and then probably catch fire. So I'm not going to do it. Okay. So this is also something I'm not going to mess with right now. This is a bunch of stuff from Sculpey, which I've got Sculpey and I've gotten around to using it. Oh. Shop Sculpey and save 30% by May 1st. So I'll have to leave that out and see what I want to do. But this would be good for making beads or embellishments or things like that. And one reason why I wanted to do the Sculpey thing before, way back, was because I wanted to make, planner charms and stuff. So got several different colors of Sculpey to go in with my collection of Sculpey that's in my back room that I never use that I need to use. I do have teal. No, Ruth, I am not going to intentionally catch things on fire. This is not Fortnite. I do that in Fortnite. Okay, so we've got two yellows. We've got Primo and Souffle, which I still don't know what the meaning of the two different ones are yet. Although Dawn probably knows. But this is something that I remember seeing something and I hadn't done anything with. This one is liquid polymer clay. That I think is kind of cool. And they also sent me some Sculpey tools. And I've got some that I got off of Amazon, not Sculpey brand, but I've got some other clay tools and I haven't gotten around to using them. So I've got different things. So I definitely want to play with this stuff at some point. I just have to figure out what kind of project to do. So that will be coming. May or may not be on video. We'll see. Okay. And those go in the bin. I'm leaving my Sculpey stuff, my Scorch Marker stuff out because that already has a home. Okay. This is something pretty. Dawn knows what. You know more about polymer clay stuff than I do. Now these are from, what was the company name? I think it's on here. These are from John Bead, the Super Cute Bead Collection. Okay. And they are kind of cute. These are things that I would put on planner charms when I did planner. I'm not sure if that's, it says love AFFF. I don't know, but isn't it cute? I think it's either I think it's a bunny. Is that a bunny? Yeah, these are some really cute little beads. This one's got a donut. Look at that. These are super cute. And then it's got keychain stuff, accessories. So I could make charms and things. This was all from a company called John Bead. Can you put them on planter warts? What? Ryan, you're weird. I don't know why he's talking about putting stuff on his feet. Anyway, these are beads. These are pretty. Yes. Okay. And I'm not going to get into the stamps yet. Well, I am going to get into the stamps. What am I getting into? Okay. Additional embellishments. These are from Pam Bray Designs. So these are kind of cool. Ryan, I said planner charms, not plantar charms. So anyway, these look like they're fabric. These are fabric with a little button in the middle. Those are kind of pretty. From Emerald Creek. And these are Pam Bray Designs. And then we've got these that are from the Little Birdie Crafts. And they're pretty flowers. Dawn says, is this all the stuff that you collected in your swag bag? Yeah, these are all things that I got at CREATIVATION. So additional from Emerald Creek. Last year they gave me a yellow, I think it was a yellow embossing powder, and this one is Canadian maple. Ooh, it says scented. I don't know if the other was scented or not. But this says it's scented, so that means it's going to smell sweet. I'm going to have to use this just to see the smell. Okay, next I've got some stamps. Oh, these are also Emerald Creek. And this one is Sarah Hurley Designs. So they're Christmassy ones too. And rubber stamps. And then this cute little one that is a flower. And that one is no name. I do not know the name, but these are a Canadian company, so that's one reason for those. But wait, there's more. I'm thinking, when I think of Canadian maple, I'm thinking maple syrup. So I'm thinking syrup. I'm probably wrong. Okay. So I do need to do this. I do need to do this. And the rest of them, What? Ryan? Love you, honey. Ryan just gifted a bunch of subs to people on my Twitch channel. Thank you. So Nerdy just got one. Who else? Danielle got one. I think it's going to pop up everybody's names. And then Avenger Fox got a sub. That means you guys won't have to deal with ads for the next month on my channel. Terry Cooper got a sub. Yay. Well, thank you so much, Ryan. Oh, here's another one. HD Mama 09. Congratulations. Thank you. Yes, I do need more people here to torture me with you. Okay, so that's what Ryan said. Ryan said, I need more people here to torture. As in scorch markers? Or anyway. I don't know what Jim was talking about. Seth Apter's embossing powders. Let me grab that. This one is just aroma. Could be made by the same people. I don't know. So scrolling back up to see. Okay, Jim was saying, I love their... Yes, it makes me want pancakes. Okay, yeah, I'm scrolling back up. So Jim was saying, love their embossing powders. So he was talking about that other company that does the scented ones. And Country Guy, Ryan, says that this stuff makes me want pancakes. Yes. Okay, so this stuff is from Hero Arts. I have never seen it before, and I was... What? Thank you, Ilka. Thank you for the sub. Fabulous. So for you guys that are on YouTube that don't know what just happened, what happened is on YouTube, we've got the memberships that you can join a membership if you want to support the channel that you're watching. And you can do that on a lot of different people's channels, and we all appreciate it so much. You just don't know. On Twitch, they do the same kind of thing, but it's subscribing to the channel. So you can follow the channel, which is like subscribing on YouTube, or you can subscribe to the channel, which is like a membership on YouTube. Except on Twitch, there's also the option to do what Ryan just said. Don't forget, you can sub for free if you have Amazon Prime. So Amazon actually owns Twitch. And they give every person that links their Amazon Prime account with their Twitch account, they give them a free subscription to the channel of their choice. So that's kind of what happens over there. But yeah, I really appreciate all those. And thank you so much, Ryan. And thank you, Ilka. And thank you for all the folks that have either are new subs or have resubbed to my channel over on Twitch. I really appreciate that. And thank you guys for everybody over here on YouTube. You guys rock. You guys know that YouTube does tend to be my home. But I'm doing things on both sides and trying to share the love. And I'm hoping that I'm getting some of you guys together so you guys can play. Okay, so Ruth is saying that she didn't know if she could use her sister's Prime, but it turns out her sister doesn't want her to. See, I'm lucky. I get to use my mother-in-law's Prime. Okay, the next thing that I'm going to show you guys is this from Hero Arts. Now, you may not know, but Hero Arts now we've got a hype train. Ruth, you just got a sub from Ryan. Be sure to thank him. Thank you, Ryan. You're so sweet. Thank you so much. Okay, so Hero Arts was recently brought into the Spellbinders family. I think it's where it was a buy. I don't think it was. Welcome in, Ilka. So I don't think it was a merger. I think it was where Spellbinders brought them. I don't know. I just know that Hero Arts is now under the Spellbinders umbrella. Okay. And this is a new product from them that I've never seen before, but I've seen something that I thought was similar. So I'm not sure. Yes, you started a hype train. Thank you so much, hon. But this is called Two-Tone Metallic Spray, and it is fuchsia and gold. And when I picked it up, it's like it weighs nothing. That's because all that's in here is powder. I'm like, what? And so I'm not real sure that I want to do what you're supposed to do. It says to use, add water and shake well until powder is mixed. Yeah. I do know that there are powders from different companies like Lindy's powders, which I have still never tried, although I think I met the person at Creativation and didn't realize it at the time. I really want to try their stuff, and I haven't gotten around to getting any. Do I have any watercolor paper over here? I might. Do I? That's watercolor. Okay, so I'm going to... Actually, no, that's not watercolor. That's my Better Press. I'm not doing that. I have cut watercolor paper and then I've lost it. What did I do with it? I probably used it. I'm just going to take a piece of regular cardstock. We'll do it. We'll do the thing. What was the blue thing shaking its butt? It was a baby shark. Baby shark. Now we have kitty shaking butt. Ah, Christina says they don't put water in it because it's cheaper to ship it. Well, it's also where I saw on a video because I had to watch. I was like, what is this stuff? I had to watch, and you can use it without adding water to the bottle. So, the Lindy's powders, what you do with those, and you can see the powder in there. And I see that she does it. It's like an open container like that. And she uses, they use a fan brush for that. I'm just going to use this little brush. Try to pick up some of the powder from the bottom. So I'm actually going to try a couple of different ways. So first off, I've got a little bit of powder there. Look at the color. I'm hoping I'm not getting any in the bottle. I probably did. Kitty! But yeah. And I kind of like this look, okay? That's probably enough. Oh, look at that. But you could probably also watercolor with it. But yeah. This is a real pretty color. And it's a fuchsia and gold. So it's the fuchsia color. Let me get out my heat gun. So it's a fuchsia color, but the mica that's in there is gold. So there are some places where the mica is kind of pooling, which is kind of cool. But I have a feeling that this, if I put water in there, is going to be similar to the kind of the similar effect as what you get with the spray stains and or I'm not going to do that. But like the spray stains or the Simon Hurley solar sprays. So the solar sprays are very unique because of their basically their transparent, translucent base, and then you just see the shimmer on top. This one has got this pretty fuchsia color, so it's a bright color, and a lot of the spray stains I think are basically like a darker one. I think that this is probably designed to be able to use along with a lot of other things. I'm not 100% sure, but I do know that a lot of companies are coming out now with different shimmer looks. But can you see the gold in there now? So this one is gold and purple, and I think that is really cool. And you wouldn't think it would look like this looking at the bottle. So I may have to turn it into a spray. But I also need to get those Lindy colors. But look at all that gold. I don't know why you're doing choo-choos. I mean, Ryan, I mean, Jim, you probably do have a point. It probably could be done. It probably could be done similar to the paint pen. I could probably do it in the paint pen, but I don't think I would want to mix it with the acrylic paint because this is, you can tell it's water based. Because I got a gift from, you got a gift from the hype train? Awesome. Okay, so I do have a couple of other panels that I played with a little bit with this, but yeah. So that's what it looks like when it's not mixed together. So I will have to do the, I think I am going to have to mix it at some point. Yeah, you get emotes if you contribute. I need to add more emotes to my thing, and I haven't gotten around to doing it. One of them I need to add is, let me do it. I have to do the snail. If I can actually click it. There we go. There we go. That's a better one. So yeah, I love that little snail. So I'm probably going to have to add him as an emote. Well, the thing is, the one I did there, that little guy there, the snail, I actually made him. I mean, I made him by hand. He's a die. He's a die from Spellbinders, a die set, and I made a card. The card is not something you guys are going to really see anything with until the summit. There's a summit that I did a video for this weekend. That summit is coming up in June. It's the Scrapbooking Fun Summit. It's going to be a shaker card. It is a Spellbinder snail, absolutely. So I made him, and I took a picture, and I removed the background, and I turned him into a thing that goes across my screen. Just like I did last year with, I think it was last year with the little, somebody do exclamation point slice, because that's another thing. That one is, what? Ryan? Ryan, thank you. Auntie Cootie just got a sub. He just gave 5 more subs. That is so nice of you. Mad Chirpy. Some of these names I haven't seen anymore. Your Possum, thank you for the gift sub. Homeschool Nuts. Oh my goodness. I do need to clean this brush. Race Cup, yay! Hey Danielle. Did you see you got a sub? I think it was Danielle. Did Danielle get the sub? I think she did. But Ryan is just on a spending. He's excited because he got a job that he likes. I know what it is. Thank you so much, Ryan, though. That is super sweet, honey. Okay, we're still not done. Yeah, we're still not done. Let me drink a little bit of coffee. And a little bit of water. And yes, this is water, even if it's pink, because I need my energy drink. So I've used Mia. You would like an Italian sub. So would I. Okay, so most of you guys don't have to deal with the ads right now over on Twitch. Okay, next what I've actually got stamps and dies from a couple of different companies, and this is the last of the things, okay? Last of the things. So I've got Penny Black. I've got things from Photocentric, which it turns out some of the companies use them for creating their stamps. I think that's kind of cool. And this one is a stencil, which I have used once. And these fine lines is really, it's a little difficult. It's possible to start picking up things that you don't want. Yeah, don't get the Mio mixed up with craft stuff. No. So this one is NAMTA 75 years. So now NAMTA is 75 years old. Okay, so we've got that. Then I've got my NAMTA stamp. Then I've got 2 more NAMTA celebrating 75 years stamps. And then, yeah, Trinity Stamps is awesome. So Tanisa gave us this at the show. So we had already done cards using her new collection, which was all space themed, and we made light up cards and all the fun things. So you basically all the cards that were on any of the videos that you saw from the Pearblossom Press and Trinity Stamps. The Pearblossom Press and Trinity Stamps booth at CREATIVATION, all the different videos that have things there. Those cards, those space cards, were using Tanisa's new collection. So they are fabulous, okay? So this is what she gave us after the fact. And I think it's super cute. I have to know what you think. So this one is called Espresso Terrestrial. So we have a little alien in a flying saucer, but it's a saucer and it's a cup and saucer. It's coffee. Yeah. It's Bean a Blast. Bean me up. Brewed for adventure. I know, this is stinking cute. And then it's got coffee beans. I'm going to have to make this into a light up card. I have to. That might be my my next Pearblossom Press project. I may have to do that because I need to have a light coming down out of there and the coffee beans beamed up. So friggin' cute. I mean, yeah, and it's a little set. I'm assuming it's available on the website, and I do have affiliate links for this, so I will be adding everything on there. But yeah, if it's there, I will be adding it to the list. It is just so friggin' adorable. I love coffee sets anyway. I love the alien stuff. I mean, this is just too cute. Okay. Then I've got all of these from Penny Black. And Penny Black, you may remember I did a video last year with like the hedgehogs. They do really cute little animal sets. These are not those. These are different. These I think are lovely. Because the little animals are fun, but I'm one that when it's a stamp that creates a scene, I really only have like a couple of ideas in my brain for it. If it's things where I can cut out multiples, I can arrange all the things in all the ways. So this first one is some roses. And then a little ribbon to go around them. So pretty. This one is a watering can. It's called T for Transparent. What? Yeah, it says T for Transparent. It says, your friendship makes my heart blossom, but that also looks kind of like a little tea bag. We have aliens all over the screen now. Oh my God. And then we've got the die that goes along with that. So those always work well. I really like when you have a stamp and die together because you can stamp out the things, you can die cut them, and then you can arrange them any which way you want to. Then we've got this one, which is hydrangeas, and then matching die. And this is kind of cool. Oh, it's also T for transparent. Okay, so it was just saying T for transparent on the back because that was the, it's because the stamps are transparent. So this one's actually called sprinkles. Okay, so that's what that was called. And this one's sprinkles cut out. This one's hydrangeas and hydrangeas cut out. And term, rating, name, address, date. I think this reminds me, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of our report cards. Yeah, that kind of reminds me of report cards where you get the grades down and stuff. That's kind of what that reminds me of. And the fact that it says term made me think that too. It's like, okay, what is this first 6 weeks? This is the second 6 weeks, but that's what that kind of reminds me of. Okay, we got that. And then this is cute. This is cute. This one is called flower scoops. So we have got ice cream scoop, but then we have flowers to go in it instead of ice cream. This one has it already in there. And then this one has a separate scoop and then a separate, that looks like a gardenia to me. Yeah, teachers' old grade books. Absolutely. That's what that reminds me of. And then scoop of thanks and you're the sweetest scoop. And then, of course, the dice to go with it. So I've got 1, 2, 3, at least 4 different card ideas floating around in my head for those. And for that, I have stamped this out a couple of times just to play around. I don't know if you guys would be interested in them, but I may give one of these away. We'll see. Anyhow, that is everything. Do I need to make a card? It's been 4 hours, but do I need to make a card with one of the things over here? Y'all need to let me know what you think. Because it is already 4 o'clock. And I don't know if you guys really want to stick around for another hour-ish, depending on how long it takes me to make the card. I've got 2 yeses so far. Okay, if I get 10 yeses, I'll stay and make a card. So we're already up to 2. How many more people want me to stick around? Or are y'all tired of me jabbering? Well, there's 4, 5. Oh my goodness. Still going. We got 10. That didn't take long. It takes me longer than that to get you guys to get in on the giveaway. Okay, so now I need to know So I'm separating things out according to my brain. So what was the Magic 8 Ball said, she said yes, and then 8 Ball said no. Okay, so I'm going to start I think I need to start a poll on both of them. I still have not created a poll thing to work for everybody yet. And I think that Social Stream Ninja might have added one, but I don't know for sure. So I don't have it yet. Yes, I'm cleaning up a little bit so I have space to do the things, to see the things. Okay, let me see if I can make my chat bigger so I can see. Okay, going back to where everybody said yes. So Terry Cooper says aliens and coffee. Sharon says Martian or roses. Avenger Fox says thank you for the gift sub. What? Okay. And I said I needed to do a poll. So what does Country Guy say? He says he's worked a poll before. Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. So far people are wanting the aliens, I think. Your yes was meant for card making. So I'm thinking you guys want me to do this one. If I do, it's not going to be well, I could do a light up card. Maybe. So do we want flowers or aliens? Everybody wants aliens. Could that be our attendance chart instead of your grade book? It could be. It does say term and rating though. But I'm kind of wondering, what does it have to do with flowers? I'm with the hydrangeas. I don't know. So I'm going to have to kind of look into that a little bit more just because everybody is saying aliens. Everybody wants that one. So these will be coming out, will be showing up on a future video. Okay. Those go in the bin. What do I have left out that does not need to be in the bin? My planner does not need to be in the bin. Done pretty good. Okay, this can... I need to state the card, though. There was probing. Oh, my God. You guys are nuts. Oh, my goodness. Okay, so it did good. This has basically been cleaned up. Okay. Yes, I'm doing my last minute cleaning. And then we can work on this. Okay. So we're going to do this. First things first, I want a background. I want to use Simon Hurley sprays. And we're going to do a background. Taking out the trash and switching rooms. Okay, Mr. Ryan. That thing is dirty. I've got embossing powder on my mat, and I know it. Okay, let's clean that off first. But then I'm gonna make a galaxy background. Now, what I've done in the past for galaxy backgrounds, and part of this is because it had been a while since I did any, and I looked it up online to see how I did it before. It's like, oh yeah, I did that before. And it's where you use lots of different colors in the background. Then you go back over it with black ink, and then you do splatter over the top so it shows some of the color from the background, right? And it works fabulously. But we were playing at CREATIVATION. You guys saw this. where Simon is basically just using his sprays. I'm not going to use stencils. I'm just going to use his solar sprays. And I already have gold. I already have purple. I think I want to do some, I could do a little bit of everything. So these are the four colors. These are the, these are not four. This is 6. These are the 6 colors that I've got. I've got Overheated, which is orange. We've got Cross My Heart, which is pink. We have Beluga, which is blue. We have Royal Flush, which is purple. We have Golden Hour, which is gold. And then we have Crocodile Tears, which is green. Do I need to do, I think doing all of them is going to be a little much. Do you have any preferences for colors? This is
Here
the whole
comes the
set.
Simon Hurley workout again.
Yes, here comes the Simon Hurley workout again. I don't remember if I hit the chapter marker yet. Okay, do that one. Okay, I've been trying to remember to hit the chapter marker to let me know where I need to put the markers in and where I need to try to cut the video up to do individual videos. And yeah, some of it works, some of it doesn't. So I've got like 11 of them in there so far, but they're not where they need to be. So it's going to be fixing it. So any colors. So blue, I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now on the blue, it is lower than the others because I spilled it when I was making my colors. So we have the blue, which is Beluga. We have Cross My Heart with Kamado. Anybody else have any color preferences? I'm going to do gold because I know I want to do gold. Orange, purple, and green. So these are going to be basically, because it's going on black, you'll be able to see them pretty well. I mean, the other panel that we made, you couldn't see them quite so well until you tilted in the light. You see them more so over colored cardstock. So anything that you've got it on a color instead of white, you don't see it as much. So I think you guys want everything. So Ruth said red, which this is the red, and then Terry Cooper says orange. Okay, so we're going to leave off the purple and the green this time because I don't want to go too bad overboard. I do know I want gold. And when you don't see it stuck to the edges anymore, that means it's mixed. This one, you can see I have not been using this one that much. There is a bit still stuck on there. Ads will be starting in 2 minutes, but guess what? Most of y'all don't have to deal with ads on Twitch today. Yay. Yeah, Simon did use these with a stencil. And if you go back and watch the video for when I did my CREATIVATION, who did I see at CREATIVATION? That's what I called it. But that one has got, we've got 2 different sections in there where we're hanging out with Simon Hurley. One was where he had his basically what he was doing for all of the things, because he had it already in his head. This is what he's going to do and all the things. Kind of looks like a video. And the other one was just kind of laid back, not sure what he's going to do, and us just playing. And that was so fabulous. It would have been more fun if I could have been doing the playing too, but I was videoing instead. Okay. I'm making sure everything is mixed up. Everything la la la. Yay for no ads. Yay. And I do have another question for you guys. Do you like the longer live streams? YouTube, typically they say on YouTube to go about an hour, and I know that's what most folks do. On Twitch, they go, it could be 2. I think the shortest ones I've seen on there that get a bunch of folks in, or decent amount of folks in, are usually at least 2 hours. And they typically say to make sure that it's at least 2 hours so that way your people have time to find you. Whereas on YouTube, a lot of times if it's more than an hour, people get bored and leave. So I don't know. I'm kind of trying to do both of the things. So I would love to know from you guys, what do you like? Do you like the longer ones? Because if you like the longer ones, I will probably be doing more of them. Well, that's what I've been doing, Ryan. Maybe do your 2 on YouTube and then go long, stay on Twitch. So when I do my Tuesday nights, those are normally, I try to do an hour. It doesn't work. I extended the time, and now it's up to, the last couple of them have been 2.5. So you've seen streamers on YouTube stream for 4 to 5 hours. In order for me to do that on a Tuesday night, I would need to start earlier. So that's something else I need to know from you guys. We can't quit you. You're so sweet. Well, of course, Ryan is saying that now because he isn't going to start streaming for another hour. So he's going to leave at 5 o'clock. I'm actually surprised he's not doing it, unless right now he's at work and he's not supposed to be. Okay, I'm going to start off with Cross My Heart. I'm going to try to do them so that they're like little spots. Like try to make the planets, if that makes sense. There we go. Okay. And I would say if you're using like a watercolor or something like that, if you're doing anything with where the colors are going to mix, to go ahead and dry in between. We don't have to with these because they're not going to mix and make mud. Okay, so that one was Cross My Heart. So that's the pink. This one is going to be Overheated. Auntie Cootie likes the longer ones. Ryan says we need an hour just for the size I cause. Yes, sigh. Okay, so that looks kind of cool. I am kind of trying to do that strip, kind of a galaxy kind of thing in my brain, but kind of that strip down the vertical there. Okay. I'm going to come in with some Beluga. Look at that color. Oh, that is pretty. Now it is starting to look more like a galaxy. And then I'm going to come in to do Okay, Cynthia says, I don't have Twitch, like being able to shoot it to the TV from YouTube. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you can do it. I think that if you have Chromecast, you could probably do a Twitch to the TV because you're able to do it through Chromecast. But I don't think that there is an in your TV or in Roku or whatever app for it in there for Twitch. So that makes complete sense for the folks that like watching the... I don't want you to have my big old face on the big screen, but it's fun. Yeah, I like the Beluga, and I'm going to have to order more because, like I told you, I already spilled this. Milky Way, yes. So now we have some gold in there, and I think this is going to look great for our background, okay? And it's got all that shimmer and shine. Terry says, I watch YouTube on my TV, but use the phone on Twitch to chat. Yep. Most smart TVs offer built-in applications, including the official Twitch app. Oh, I did not know that. Well, that is great to know, Ryan. Thank you. So if you think about how the sky looks at night, it's not actually black. It's a lot of stars that are just so small you can't see it. So here, it looks black, but it's not. This is cool. I like this one. And I hadn't made a background like this one. I had not done it yet. This is inspired by Simon. So Simon, if you watch the replay, honey, yeah, thank you. And this is totally inspired by him and the way he was playing when I was hanging out with him at CREATIVATION. I know you guys heard me chatting with Sarah in the background. And I think she said that she has most of his stuff too, but not all. I just remembered something. I need to say yes to an email. I forgot. I was going to do that before I got started, and then I saw it was noon, and so I had to get started on there. So I need to go ahead and do that because I just need to say Yana, yes. So yes, it's where Spellbinders asked me, do I want something that I said before? It's like, if this is available, I would love it. And it's where it wasn't part of the thing yet. And then I got an email this morning that I think it said, oh, I have to pick things? No, I don't want to pick things. I just want all of it. Okay, I'll have to look at that email. Something doesn't come out until the end of June, so y'all aren't going to get to see it for a while anyway. So anyway. But I do have to let her know before people get all the things that I want. Anyhow, don't forget the moon will create a smiley face early tomorrow morning. What? Really? Okay. Avenger says the Fire Stick has the Twitch app on it. Cool. Yeah, my husband doesn't want me using any of the smart TV stuff. It just doesn't. It's because it irritates him. He'd rather just use the Roku stuff. But I get it that some folks don't want to do it. And Jim was saying, don't forget the moon will create a smiley face early tomorrow morning. Is that true, Todd? Not that we'll be awake. He says, yes, absolutely. Ah, this is so pretty. Okay, now I don't want to put anything on top of it. We're gonna put this little guy, although I don't know if I want to do, I have to look and see. I need ideas. Initially, I was thinking, yeah, aliens. Space.com stargazing. Okay. See a cosmic smiley face in the early morning sky. Oh, I get it. Okay, so the crescent moon is going to make the curve of the mouth, and then Venus and Saturn are going to make the eyes. That makes sense. Okay. So if you want to, Jim, post that over in the Discord, would you? Hey, Shipwreck. How you doing, honey? So this is just the cutest thing. It's already got the little lines, though, built in. It's like the dies that I use, the stamps and dies that I use for the other card didn't. So, trying ideas. I don't want to cover up all of the background. It is so cool. Okay, Terry Cooper is telling Ryan to behave. You noticed I did not read his joke, right? Okay, we're going to still do it. I think it's still going to be pretty. All right. I need a piece of white cardstock now. If I can remember where it all is. That is Better Press. I don't want to use Better Press paper because that's for just Better Press stuff because it's special. Okay. So for this one, I'm going to basically just be stamping out the things that I want to. Where's my other stamps? Here's the stamp. Here's the other stamps. Stamping out the things that I want to, and then we're going to color them and all. And I think I might actually... My brain's working, guys. My brain's working. I think I might actually do the bottom half out of vellum. So we can see some of this in the background, but still have it a little bit lighter there. And then do the coffee beans on the vellum. That I think will be cool. And I don't have a die for this, so that means I'm going to be cutting everything out by hand. Okay. And that's also the only way I'm going to be able to do the coffee beans and see them and not cover up all of this yumminess. Is this yummy or what? This is gorgeous. Brewed for Adventure, Beam Me Up, or I've got to do Beam Me Up. That is funny. So the sentiment we're going to be doing is Beam Me Up. And I'm just going to stamp them both down here because I'm not going to use the whole piece of cardstock for this. You, the bunch of beans. Okay. Thank you, Terry Cooper. Okay, Jim says he's got to run and says don't forget the thumbs up. So if you haven't already followed on Twitch, hit the follow button. If you haven't subbed on YouTube, hit the subscription button. That way you get notified every time I go live. Yay. Okay, let's go ahead and do this with, we're going to do the heat embossing thing that I do so much. So I've got my VersaFine Clear for the black. And got my clear embossing powder and my little tray to catch all the stuff. And I'm going to be good and use my anti-static powder tool because I need to be a better example. Okay. That background was so easy and fast to do, guys. Oh, that's pretty. That was a good stamping. I like it. I think I have enough room on this card to do on the other side, I think. Let's see. Do I have enough room? Yes, I do. So I can do 2 of them. That way, if one of them messes up, I've got a spare, or I can make a second card because how quick was it to make that background? Okay, and then we'll just add our embossing powder. And then we'll heat that up till everything's all nice and shiny because we like all the things shiny, right? You've got Stitch. What? Terry Cooper put Stitch all over the screen. I remember the first time I saw heat embossing, I thought it was magic. I actually I wasn't even when I started making cards and stuff. It was long before that. I saw it at a flea market. We had, what was the flea market called in Sanford, honey? I don't remember. It's not there. Flea World. There we go. I knew all I had to do was ask and I would remember. But yeah, Flea World. Yes, bling. Yeah, but my mother-in-law at the time, that was my late husband's mom. My mother-in-law was working part-time at the flea market, and she wound up working in this booth where they had this powder stuff, and they'd heat it up and it'd get all shiny, and I'm like, what? This is in the 90s. I had no idea what this stuff was. I had no idea how you would use it. I was not making cards at that point. I didn't know card making was a thing. And I don't think that she ever mentioned how it worked or anything. I just remember I saw it. I thought it was cool, but I didn't know what it was. And it wasn't until years later when I started using it, it's like, oh yeah, I remember that. Okay, so we've got our 2 little aliens. Let's clean up our stamps real quick. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to do another one. Another card, and yeah, I'm definitely going to be tagging Tanisa in it. I'm going to tell her that you guys kind of went bonkers when you saw this cute little alien. He is adorable. Oh yeah, I was going to do one more, wasn't I? That was dumb. I need vellum. Where's my vellum? I have some vellum panels cut so that I will actually use them, which I don't actually do very much, but I need to. I do not need this one. This stamp is not, the sentiment is not getting stamped again, but I am going to do the rest of this. I'm going to do 2 of them. And then we're going to do the little coffee beans. So this one, I think I'm going to stamp in brown. And then go back over with wow embossing powder to hopefully get that embossed well. So you can emboss on acetate. You can emboss on vellum. Vellum is a plastic, so it makes it a little bit more difficult to do it. You just have to go slow and try not to overheat your paper. Do I have I'm just going to go with the Weeping Willow. So I'll go with Weeping Willow, and then I'll go back over it with some wow embossing powder, wow embossing ink, so that I can do it. He's a flying coffee saucer. Absolutely. Yes. So cute, right? So cute. The only part that I actually need is the part at the bottom. I need the coffee beans and the 2 rays, because that's the part I'm going to cut out. Look at that. Look at. Bean me up. That's what the sentiment says. This is a bean me up, not beam me up. Bean me up. Coffee beans. Okay. And then I need to wipe that off. Where's my rag? And do the embossing powder, the embossing ink over the top. And then we're going to flip it. Actually, I'm not going to flip it yet. I'm going to heat this side, and then we will go again. And it's possible that the ink was not quite dry anyway, so it was probably okay for embossing. But I'd rather be on the safe side. Okay. Let's take this back out. Again, clear embossing powder over the top. If you use clear embossing powder over your colored inks, as long as the ink stays wet, or again, go with clear embossing ink over the top, you can emboss them. Hey, Suze. Happy to see you here, honey. We've only been live for 4.5 hours. So thank you for popping in. Happy that you made it in, honey. Okay. So I'm heating it for a second just to be on the safe side. You don't want it to be too hot. You don't want to scorch or melt. Oh, look at that. Your vellum. Okay, so now we have some little coffee beans. So now we're going to flip this and do it again. Put it down into this side. I'm going to do the anti-static powder one more time. Then we're going to go over it with Weeping Willow. Yeah, I'm doing all the steps twice just in case I want to make a second card, because that background was so easy and so fast. I'm going to do a little bit more. The only part that I really needed the brown for is our little coffee beans. Okay, Sue said wow. I don't know what she's saying wow about. Today's a marathon stream. Yes. We made this background, experimenting with some things. We tried out some markers. I did a little bit of swatching. And right now, this is a new stamp set that I got from Tanisa at Trinity Stamps at the Creativation booth for Pearblossom Press and Trinity Stamps. So this is super cool. I mean, I had already gotten another set from her and made some things. Made a couple of cards to go in the booth. But afterwards, she gave us this too. I don't know if she was giving them to everybody or just the people on the 2 teams or what it was, but these are just so cute. I did notice that the color kind of pooled. You just love aliens and coffee. Absolutely. Okay. So now we need to do some coloring. And I'm going to use my Ohuhu markers. That's something I didn't show you guys. What happened to that marker? There was a marker that they gave me that because they've got new tips that are not out yet that are coming. And yeah, I'm probably going to want to replace some of my brush tips over time because I'm not doing them all at once because that's going to be a lot. But I don't think it was one of these. I think these are the ones I already had. But I got a new marker from them and now I don't know what I did with it. So that's the Sharpie. I will find it. But they have, instead of the nibs that are on these, not that end, on the brush, it's a brush, right? They've come out with some that are basically a silicone rubber that work fabulously. And I know they gave me a marker. Now I don't know where it is. It's probably in my purse. I probably kept it to my purse to keep it away from the things. But yeah, and I don't remember what color, but I thought it was blue. It may not have been blue because they may not have had it. I don't know. Now I'm upset because I want to know. I may have put it away and not realized it. I will find it eventually. I know I will. Okay. Oh, hoo-hoo is fun to say. Yeah. So this is a super cute little teeny weeny stamp set. Look how little that is. And again, it is called Espresso Terrestrial. And I want you guys to come back to the video, look at the description. I would say there's a lot to go through. So I would say give me until maybe tomorrow. I'm going to try to get it done before that. But yeah, y'all have to give me some time to get all the links and everything there, or go ahead and copy down the link that's in there and just check the link every once in a while instead of the video. I mean, if you check the video, it's kind of going to give my percentage of view of amount that is viewed. It's going to lower that because you keep coming back and not watching it unless you sit there and watch the whole thing. But you can take that link and that should help because I know you guys want links to all of the things that we've played with today. Okay. So I've got these guys and here's our background again. So pretty, so pretty. Okay. Grabbing out some markers. I think I can get away with just my small set instead of having to pull out the big set because I need to clean up a lot of the stuff that's here. I have so much stuff out. I'm going to start off with, this one is a light yellow. It's called Glass Green. Why did I say yellow? It's green. A glass green. And we're going to do our little alien guy in that color. Now, he could be a gray instead of a green, but I'm going to make him a green. He's a little green man. Okay, so he's done. I do kind of want a blue for the, is this the color blue I want? And yes, I do swatch everything out a lot. So I'm just adding a little bit of color to that. Then I'm going to take my marker, my colorless blender. I'm going to add some of the blue to it. And that's going to help me to blend it out a little bit more. And lighten it up on the inside. I need a little bit more than that. And I'd say this is not the best, but I think it looks cool enough. I probably put too much of that darker blue in there. That's okay. This one I'm going to try to do a little less. That looks better. Another reason to do more than one is so that if you don't like one as much as you thought you would, you can always do the other one and fix the things you don't like. Okay, so I think that one's going to go good. And then what color do we want for the coffee cup? Yeah, alcohol markers are really, really fun to use, so this works really well. Does anybody have any thoughts on what color? Hey, we've got some pink and orange and blue and gold in here. So do we want to match any of those colors or go with something different for our coffee cup? And Cootie says a blue cup. Okay, so I'm going to go with a darker blue, I think. So this one, which means I'll probably take out that other two. I think that's the one I put away. Susan says gold. Well, I am going to be putting yellow for the for this piece here. I am going to be coloring the back of that behind our coffee beans, so it's going to be a little bit yellow anyway. So we're going to add our color on the outside edges. We're going to do the darker color there, and the reason we're doing that is to try to make it look a little bit rounded. I'm going to come in with this next one, which is lighter. I'm just going to see how they do together. No, I don't like that one. That one's kind of dusty. Let's see if this one does better. Okay, so this one is a lighter color, but it doesn't have that dusty blue. Okay, instead it's still that bright tealish blue. And I'm just going back over that and over it into the center to blend it out a little bit. So it makes the front of it look like it's closer to you because it's lighter. Also, since I'm going over the darker color, it kind of blends out. It pulls some of that color out. Okay, Kamado, thanks so much, honey. You have a wonderful rest of your day, and thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us all day. You rock, hon. You guys rock. Love ya. Okay, I think I need a little bit more here and do kind of a line down the center. I'm going to use my colorless blender across the middle to kind of bring those colors together-ish. So it kind of looks like it's rounded. Okay, I'm going to do kind of the same thing with the handle here. Making it darkest here at the edge and darkest at the cup. I mean at the saucer. And then coming in with the next color. And then I'm trying to use it so it's a little bit lighter there in the at the edge. Yeah. Okay. So the colorless blender doesn't actually get rid of all the color. It kind of is mostly alcohol, so it pushes the color away, if that makes sense. Okay. Now, same kind of thing, I think, with these. I want it darkest in the back. And I'm going to try to avoid that. To clean the colorless blender, you basically just write with it until the rest of that extra color comes off. I am going to try to avoid that circle there because that's where the light's going to be coming out of. So I need to have that one like a bright yellow. And I think I want to bring a little bit more of the dark from the outside. So you can always adjust your colors based on what you want to do. And to be honest, now that I'm thinking about it, I think this bottom part of the saucer should be a bit darker anyway because we've got that light coming out. Does that make sense? So the light beam is going to be going straight down and you won't really see much if you were looking up at it. You wouldn't really see much of that saucer anyway. Okay, so made it a little darker. There we go. think that worked out pretty good. I do want to add a little bit darker here too. This is kind of the way I color, guys. I experiment and then I change my mind and I keep going. And usually it turns out okay in the end, so I'm pretty happy with it. And layering colors usually makes everything look a bit better. There we go. That actually looks smoother to me. And I just realized that we could zoom in a little bit more. How's that look? Does that look better? So I've already got most of the coloring done, but I think you got it. I could always do the other side so y'all can see. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, good. I'm glad that you like it better. Thank you. I've also noticed that whenever I'm doing any kind of coloring, the first time I do any image, I'm slower and more cautious. And then the second time around, I think I know what I'm doing, and that's when I'm usually going to screw up. But it is a lot faster. And if I'm doing a lot of them, most of them turn out okay. And that is kind of what I started off with when I started making cards anyway, is I would make a bunch of something. But the first time around, you kind of get an idea of how much color do you actually need to put down, because you've experimented a little bit and you decide, yeah, I do need a little bit more. So the second time around, this one actually went much faster because I already had an idea of how much of that blue I wanted. It's not exact, but it's close enough. And I do better coloring away from myself. So I just color on white paper a few times. If there's residual color on the blender, then it'll work out. If it doesn't, usually it's not going to come out. Exactly. So mom to 10 kids is absolutely right on that. And she's talking about the colorless blender. And usually if it's not going to come out, it's basically where it's just stained, and you're going to see it. If the ink is going to transfer into something else, you're going to see it. Okay, that did darken it up a little bit, but it also made it so that the color's smoother. I definitely like the look of things once you do the next layer of color. Okay, so for this one, we're going to color on the back, and it may or may not dry completely. That's okay. And I think I want to use, this one is pastel yellow, so that is kind of bright, which is kind of what I want. Also got this one, which is barium yellow, and then I've got this fluorescent yellow. Okay, the fluorescent yellow actually doesn't see, and that's kind of where I have no idea how well this is going to show up, because it's going to be over the black, but I think it's going to show up some. So I'm just going to go with, this one is the pastel yellow. And I'm going to be cutting all of that out. So on here, I'm also going to color in right here in that opening. So hopefully when I layer them up, it'll look good. Do the same thing on the second one. So it's already done. And I'm cutting this out so I really didn't care whether or not I was in or outside of the lines. So I'm going to let that dry for a second before I try to touch it at all, because since it's on plastic, it could easily come off. And yeah, we don't really want it to do that. Ryan, we know you color outside the lines, son. So I'm going to separate these, so it's going to make it easier for me to cut out, because I'm going to be fussy cutting. I don't have dies for this. There might be dies. I have not checked. I just know I didn't get the dies at this point. So, okay. And then we're not going to do that. I know that we're probably not going to see the beans the way we would like to see the beans, but it's still going to be okay, guys. I promise. So I'm going to cut right on the line. Now, if I leave any bit of white around the edge, I can just use a black marker, which I have one over here, to color that in so you won't notice it. But I'm going to try not to have that. And I'm not going to cut the whole... I'm not going to cut this bit out. I can just use a black marker for that. Thank you. I'll be here all week. It's been... Okay. Okay, first he says, I color outside the lines. I'm special. It has been good so far. Thank you. I'll be here all week. If you're not, let me go ahead and give you a shout out there. I haven't done that yet, so I need to do that for the country guy. He's been playing a lot of Fortnite. Just started a new channel on Twitch, so he goes live pretty much every day at 5 o'clock, which means he streams on my Tuesdays, but that's okay. Love him anyway. And if I get done early enough, which doesn't really happen on Tuesdays, then I try to go over and play some. A lot of times, depending on what I'm doing in the afternoon, I might pop in there like 5:30. So you might hear my voice on his channel. Christina, lol, shakes head. Honey, I love you. Oh, by the way, even though Todd's been trying to ignore me, I did warn him that I was going live today. I asked him specifically, do you have any calls? Because I don't want to be streaming in the middle of one of his calls, because I was planning on doing this. So I asked him yesterday, and he said he didn't. So he has been warned. And the only reason that's a thing, guys, for you guys that don't know, is he works from home. And he works in this room. He won't let me have a craft room because he says he won't ever see me. He may eventually decide, yeah, he wants the quiet. But he said what? He may eventually decide that he'd rather have the quiet than have me in the same room with him. But it hadn't happened yet. Okay. I'm actually very impressed with myself because I was able to actually cut this out while I was talking and not mess up. Look, it's perfect. Okay. Only thing I need to add to that is this little bit of black I want to put in there. And I know it's not going to match completely, but it's not going to stand out. Right. That is sweet. He says, when I win the lotto, he'll build me a she shed. But you know what? I told you the reason I don't have a craft room is because he doesn't want to be he wants me to be in the same room with him. So that is the reason. Okay. So let's take a look. Yes. And I still have all my fingers, Miss Susan. So you can't really tell, unless you're really looking, that that's not a hole right there. Okay, so it looks good. Look at that. I think this is so cool. Danielle said, my husband built me a scrapbook she shed. Yeah, the Todd Todd wants me to be in the same room with him. Zarel says when he builds me my she shed, he'll add a creeper Todd port so you can peek in.
You mean so the snakes can peek in?
Oh, that's a point. He says so the snakes can peek in. It's like, no, I don't like snakes. I don't like spiders and snakes. No, I don't like snakes. And the Todd knows that. Kind of not sure if I want to have it straight edge there or if I want to do some kind of a different angle on the end. So we've got our bean me up, and I can fix the ends on there when I get there. Next, we're going to cut out one of these. And this one should be all straight edges pretty much. But again, we're going to try to come right up to that edge. And I think I'm going to add a little bit more of the yellow, but I don't remember which yellow it was. It was pastel yellow, right? I think it was. Where's my pastel yellow? Is that this one? Oh, that's the barium yellow. Here's the pastel yellow. So I'm going to go further down on this one because it's got a little bit left on there. And we're again going to be on the back. And I think I'm going to go over the whole thing just to be on the safe side. Or not. Let's try to blend it. Because here's the thing. When I get it wet again, it basically reactivates the other ink that was already on there. Because it doesn't actually soak into the vellum. Okay, so while that is still drying, I'm going to go ahead and cut this other one out because I can. Okay, Ryan, he doesn't have to think it'll be on the floor. You know why? Snakes can go up walls. So, yeah, a snake would probably come in. I don't like snakes. I don't like snakes. I mean, we have got, I think they're, what, black racers or something that show up in our yard, and Todd has no problem with them, and I don't, it's a snake. He says, since when did they go up walls?
Black racers climb trees.
Black racers climb trees. You have never seen a snake on a wall. It's because they're hiding from you. Wall snake. Yeah, I just don't like snakes. I mean, I mentioned that maybe we could turn the garage into a she shed for me. And another thing, he doesn't want to have to air condition the she shed because, yeah, it would have to be air conditioned all the time. I already have a problem, especially like during hurricanes when the AC goes out. All of my paper wilts when it gets hot if there's not AC to dehumidify the air. So it's just a thing. I'd have to have a craft room and not a she shed. If we were up north somewhere, it'd probably work better, but nah, not here. And I don't really want to go anywhere that it's cold. Yeah. You'll send the she shed to Terry. Well, Terry is where it gets cool enough that I think it would work for her. Ooh, Susan says snakes climb trees. They climb walls. They also hang out in the molding above your front door frame. Ryan says, y'all have some weird snakes. Okay, Christina says, first day after moving into our new home out in the country, there was a 6-foot bull snake on the side of our house. We have cats and no snakes near the house now. Yeah, we had kitties, and I don't think that they really We had lizards come in the house, but they didn't actually do anything about them. Oh, these are cute. Okay, so I kind of want to glue them on top like that. And issue with vellum, if any of you guys have played with vellum, you know that it's really hard to add adhesive to the back and it not be seen. You basically have to try to do solid. So I may have to do that. Is this dry enough? I do have some double-sided. Where's my double-sided adhesive tape that Todd likes to steal? I think I still have it. I don't think he stole it this time. I just have to remember where I put it. Not in that drawer. Not in that drawer. Okay, those have to get back in there. Okay, where did I put it? I have lots of drawers, and none of them seem to have that double-sided adhesive tape in it. It's possible he stole it. Thought it was in that one. It's not in any of those. I guess I'll have to pull out the sheets that I don't use that much either. I told y'all I have supplies that I don't use very much. There's some things that I use a lot, and those are, I would say, are my favorites because I use a lot. Okay, here we go. So this one is called Stick It, I think. I have no idea if it's still around, but I've had it in my stash for a while. So yeah, this was Stick It adhesive. I've also got the stuff from scrapbook.com. So this has probably been in there at least 4 or 5 years, but it is a double-sided adhesive. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it on the back of my piece here, and then I'm going to cut it out, and then I'm going to stick it on here. So it's going to have adhesive over the entire thing. And one thing I do like about this is it actually has got a couple of breaks in the paper for removing the release paper, or at least I think it does. Anyhow. So that's the hardest thing with using double-sided adhesive sheets, in my opinion anyway, is finding where they're supposed to come apart at. There we go. I should go ahead and do both of them at the same time. I think that's what I'm going to do. Let me go ahead and put this one down. And I'll cut out the other one and I'll do it at the same time. Oh, that's why you've delayed putting in a pool. I get that. I'd love to have a pool, but I do not want to have snakes. Okay, going back over this one more time. Yeah, I'm trying to dry it a little bit. So there are some bits that are trying not to be dry, but that's okay. I think it mostly is done. So I will have a second one to do for a second card. Isn't that nice? Okay, so that one is good too. I'm going to go ahead and put it in here as well. I'm having shiny side up. Okay, bye, Suze. You weren't here very long, but thank you so much for popping in, honey. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and cut this a little bit off because I can see through it. And then I can cut out my 2 pieces and then we can adhere everything down. Okay, so Ryan is going to lurky lurk because he is about to go over and stream. He's going to be playing some Fortnite. So if you guys want to see some Fortnite play, he's already going to be over there. Okay, so now I'm going to attempt to cut right on the line where I did before. Through both, well, I can do it through, if I do it through both sheets of the release paper, then I will hopefully not get my scissors as sticky. And this works pretty good for when you're doing straight lines like that. Okay. And I am cutting through some of the vellum. I'm cutting, actually, I think I'm probably cutting through the embossed line telling me where to cut. Okay, we're going to do the rest of this one. With a release paper off. One thing that's nice with these is these are titanium ones, so my titanium scissors don't stay sticky too bad, which is nice. I can clean them off pretty easily with some alcohol. Okay. Okay, I think that is pretty good. Susan tells Christina, tip, when emptying your skimmer basket, use those extra long tongs used for grilling. You can grab the handle of the basket without any surprises. That makes sense. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and add this on to the end there. So all I need to do is get the release paper off of the end. If I can get the edge. What?
Grabbing snake?
The skim, no, pool. Pool. Skim basket in a pool. She says she's been putting off getting a pool because of snakes.
I thought she was trying to grab the snake with the tongs.
Okay, Susan, the Todd thought you were trying to grab the snake with the tongs. So he was a little confused as to why you'd be wanting to do that. Okay, I really hate release paper on some things. Yeah. Okay, we're going to do this dangerous way. I'm trying not to cut through both. Oh my gosh, lol. So I lucked out. I did only get the release paper. So you always have to be careful if you're using ROTFLOL. But yeah, you want to use if you're going to be trying to cut into the release paper on the back, you want to be careful not to cut through both layers. Okay, there we go. So now we have adhesive on the entire back of the vellum, and that's going to make it so that the adhesive is not seen. Okay, now I just have to be really careful to put this in the right spot on my little guy here. And then I can put that back up there. So this one is ready to go onto a card. So I've got one of them ready to go. Oops, I need to color in that little bit there. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And this one I also, it looks like I didn't do as clean of a cut all the way around. So it does have a little bit of white showing. That's okay. We'll take care of that with this marker too. So you can see a little bit of the white showing. We're just going to color that in with some black, and then you're not going to be able to tell that it wasn't cut right. I know, right? This is super cute. It's not going to be that bright, so it's going to be more muted in there, but yeah, this is going to be really cute. Hey, Reese. Guess what, Reese? I think Reese was one of the ones that got a sub today, isn't she? Pretty sure she is. I got so many people that got new subs today. I don't remember who all the people are. I'm so excited. But thank you so much for the check-in, honey. Okay, we're going to do the same thing on this one for our other alien. You're so happy. Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing because I cannot for the life of me, and this one's not straight, but I cannot for the life of me get the release paper off of double-sided adhesive. I just can't. It doesn't want to work. So when I'm doing a sheet like this, I do the same thing on sticker paper. I'll use a craft knife, but just make sure you don't go very deep. I have actually had to go over 2 or 3 times because I was going so light. But if you go too deep, you're going to cut into the other side that you don't want to. You don't want to cut your paper, or in this case, our vellum. So I'm hoping I cut enough of it to make basically a break in the release paper so that I can lift it off. There we go. So I did, and I did not cut through the vellum, which is awesome. Okay. Peeling that back enough to be able to add it to our other saucer. I was going to say spaceship, but it's not exactly a spaceship. It's a coffee ship. It's a coffee cup and saucer. That is so fun. So fun. But see, it's not going to be really, really, really light on there. Okay, so at this point, this card is basically ready to put together. I think I will put, I was thinking I won't put any foam on it. I know, right? But I was thinking about not putting foam on there, but I think I actually will. I'll just need to put the foam behind this panel instead of behind our characters. Okay, so we've got this. I kind of want to leave that big splotch there because I kind of like it. So I'm going to trim this down, and I've been doing a little bit more of, looks like a biscuit coming off of the bottom. What? I don't know what she's talking about. So this should be, let's see, 2, 4, 6/8. So it's going to be 4 and 3. That's going to be too much. I don't want to cut off that much of this. I'm not going to use the jig. I do love this, and I do love adding that little extra bit of white, but I can't do it on this one. This has got too much pretty on the top front. So I'm cutting it down 1/4 inch on both sides. So this one's going to be 5 1/4. Actually, I need to do this side first so I don't have that one go away. So this is going to be 4 by 5 1/4. This is just too pretty paper. So I didn't get rid of much of this. And then we've got our foam tape. And I know we could do this on black cardstock for the base, but I feel that using it on the white will actually tie together with the white of the sentiment and the white that's on our spaceship. So it won't be all black. And I think I know why most of y'all are sticking around. Y'all want this card. Okay. What are you talking about? It's not a, are you talking about the beam of light with the coffee beans in it? Never says no one ever. Of course, yes. Okay. We will do a giveaway. Let me make sure if I've cleared the last queue. Give me a second. Y'all do know that this is only because I love you. Okay, so we're going to do it. Yeah, that sound is not there either. Why is that sound not there? Well, it was. It just didn't go into my ears. I don't know if y'all heard the sound or not. Okay. Everybody join. Everybody join. We are having an ad over on the Twitch for those of you who are not yet oh, I love that. That you're not yet subbed over there. That's crooked. I think I had it straight and then I moved it so it wasn't straight anymore. Okay. Oh, this card base is also not exactly straight. I'm going to see if I can find one that actually is better. So this is where the cardstock was not cut straight to begin with. I think this one is about right. It looks right. Okay. I'm just listening to you as I catalog the stash for my Color My Life app. Just getting started. Yes. Make sure that you go ahead and join if you have not already gotten in on the giveaway. Okay, that looks pretty good. And then once I decide exactly where I want to put him, I think I'm going to trim off part of the bottom. Oh, that's cute. Okay. I think that's about where it is. So I'm going to pull most of it down. I need to add some glue to the back of him too. I'll just use this one. Yeah, I did not do the craft roulette card this week, although I really thought about it. I wound up getting busy with a summit project. So yeah, I put some liquid glue on the back just to make it so that I could slide it around a little bit. It should dry fine without a problem. I think, maybe. I just wanted a little bit more wiggle room. Okay, let me do this. I am going to I made it so it wasn't exactly straight on the bottom. And then if it happens to go over the edge, and I kind of like this kind of weird angle that I've got that at. I think I'm going to go with it. Ruth hasn't been paying attention. Did you get in on the giveaway anyway? Because I'm going to be giving this one away, Ruth. Oh, that's cute. Bean me up. Okay, so that one is done. I will need to do another one, and yeah, we're giving this one away. We're not giving the other one away. If you do this card with lights, the beans should light up. Well, here's the thing. When I'm probably am going to make a light up card. We're doing the same thing, but the light's going to come out the bottom and shining down at the others. So I've already done one, and that one had a cake. It had a light. Yeah, there was a cake there instead of coffee beans. But yeah, it was cute. That was one of the ones I took to Creativation. And so those are in the hands of Amanda. So she has that now. I think she said we could keep our cards, but I didn't. Oh, the Todd's going to go out on a bike ride. Must be an easy one because he said this was his off week. Is that right? Yep. Okay. So the Todd is going to do an easy one. And we have Terry Cooper with bicycles all over the screen for you. You want to see my little card?
That's not Grogu. It doesn't have ears.
No, it's not Grogu. He says it's not Grogu. It doesn't have any ears. That would be cute, but I don't know if Grogu likes coffee. Now, if that was frogs, if those were frogs instead of coffee beans, that would definitely be Grogu. We recently watched Mandalorian, which they're going to be adding a Mandalorian skin in Fortnite in a couple of weeks. Yeah, I need somebody to give that to me. Anyway, that one's it. Susan says, don't worry, Todd. Debbie will still be streaming when you return. It's possible. I mean, we're almost done with this stream. I mean, it has been over 5 hours. But I do have a couple of other things that I want to do. I feel very good that I got this finished up and you guys got to hang out with me and we got to see all the things that I got from Creativation. So that part's done. There are a couple of video games that I want to play. Y'all know I want to play Fortnite. But anyway, but they just came out with Oblivion Remastered. So what Oblivion is a game that Todd kind of got me hooked on when we were dating. It's 20 years ago was when the game was first out. No, we were not dating 20. Well, it was been almost 20 years. It's 2025 right now. So 19 years ago is when we started dating. So he had this game already. He was playing it and I got hooked. And they just remastered it and the imagery, it's just better. If you think about a game that 20 years ago was like top notch with the visuals compared to now, it's the same as with movies. Movies that you thought were fantastic, that the graphics and everything were fabulous 20 years ago compared to today's graphics are not the same, right? So just think 2006 to 2025. That's kind of what's happened is they've redone everything to make it look better. And until my friend Jax said it when she was playing this morning, she might still be playing, I have no idea. But when she was playing it this morning, I thought the voice of the king at the very beginning, which is the only part that he's in, because he dies like right at the beginning, I was thinking that it was Jean-Luc Picard, but I didn't know. And then she said, wasn't he the one that wasn't that him in the other one, in the first one? And somebody said, yeah. So it was probably Jean-Luc Picard's voice at the beginning. Anyway, I'm wanting to play it again. I just downloaded it. I got it on Xbox Game Pass. Yes, it was Patrick Stewart. So yeah, I think that is just so cool. Why do I have two? I may have more than two blacks. Okay. Anyway, I think it was just fabulous and I can't wait to play some. I did get in there and just try to figure out the beginning part of it and already love it just because the graphics were so good at the beginning. Yeah. Just like when they came out with Skyrim. Yes, I'm still alive. No, Bethany, yes, we are still alive. We just did this one. If you want to get in on the giveaway for this card, this is made with a stamp set that I got from Trinity Stamps at the show. So we made one card from that. And so, yeah, I'm pretty much done. But we will be giving this one away. So if you want to get in on the giveaway, and it's exclamation point join. She's still alive, yes. Well, I would say yes, but the reason that I can't put him on a wobble is it's got double-sided tape on the back because of the vellum that's got the coffee beans. Yeah, we can't do that. But yeah, I could do it on a different one. But yeah, I think it would be super cute on a wobble. I think this one would be great as a shaker card. There's so many, I mean, it's a little, like it is a tiny, tiny set. This one is about what, 3x3? It's a 3x3 stamp set. It's a little tiny stamp set, but you can do some. There's 3 cool sentiments in here. 4. I didn't notice this little one. It says Espresso Terrestrial Coffee Co. So that, I think, should have gone on the coffee cup. I bet it would fit. Okay, I'm going to trim the top because it's going to bug me going with that. Well, this one actually isn't that bad. The stick-up is so far down there that it doesn't bother me as much. So let's see. Yeah. This little stamp here, that says Espresso Terrestrial Coffee Co. is perfect. Perfect to label the coffee mug. I'm going to have to do that on the other one. I could do it on that one. Should I do it on that one? I think I will. Okay, I need a stamp block. I might be able to do this in my Misty, and that way I can make sure it's right. Thanks, Bethany. I did trim it back a couple of days ago. On Monday? Yeah, Monday I refreshed my roots so that they are actually red again, which means the rest of my hair is not quite as red, but that's okay. Making sure it's right side up. Yep, Espresso Terrestrial Coffee Co. I think I might actually just do that in white ink. What do y'all think? Does this need to be in black or white ink for the for the company name? The advertisement. Yeah. So this is merch. So we're creating merch for the extra terrestrial. No, I'm sorry, the Espresso Terrestrial Coffee Co. Okay, I'm hoping this is going to do well. Okay, this is my Gina K. White. We're going to see. I hope it doesn't mess anything up. Gentle, because it's really teeny, 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 tiny letters. Oh. You can't really read it that much, but you can see that something's on there. And it's like the terrestrial part is the part that didn't want to stamp as much, but I don't want to squish it. That looks kind of cool, though. Okay, let me dry that real quick because I don't want it to smudge. So anybody else that wants to get in on this Bean Me Up Coffee Alien card, go ahead and type !join into the chatty chat, and that's on YouTube or Twitch. Either way, it goes into the queue. And yeah. Oh, and Bethany, you missed how I made the background. It was all solar sprays. This is black cardstock with solar sprays. That's it. It's where Simon was messing around at Creativation. Well, thank you so much, Alexa. Yeah, if you want in on the giveaway, go ahead and type in !join. But yeah, he was messing around with it, and I didn't realize how good you could get it to look without having to do the traditional Galaxy background. You know, white cardstock, all of the colors, black ink over, water reactive ink over the top, and then splatter. This is done with just the sprays. Just the sprays. So yeah, I'm loving this. So I am giving this one away. I do need to stamp. I'm gonna have to stamp that on this one. That's so cute. Oh my God. Is this card for me? Do you remember? I'm a coffeeaholic. I have my coffee here. I have my unicorn on the front. Actually, that one is a Unicornosaurus Rex. Because my husband loves me and he gets me coffee mugs. I am going to be careful not to smudge that because I don't really want to smudge it. But this is so fun. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do a giveaway before the ad starts, and then we're going to end, and I'm going to clean up my stuff, and I may go play Fortnite with Ryan. I may boot up Oblivion and play video games on Twitch. So I may do that. So keep an eye out. If you are on Twitch or if you're on my Discord, you should get a notification when I go live, but I am planning on playing. But yeah, Alexa, on Fortnite, actually, I don't know if he would mind if I streamed at the same time as him. But I do go over and play with Ryan. He is the country guy. The country guy... Anyway, Terry Cooper, can you give Country Guy a shout out? I know he's still in here, so go ahead and give him a shout out for me. I think you can do that. If you can't, then you might not be in here because you might be over on Ryan's channel. I'm going to scroll back up and see if I can find him, because I should be able to do it. It's like I don't want to type it in wrong and typing is not a fun thing. Scroll. There's Country Guy's thing. So there we go. So there is there is a shout out for Country Guy. So I think what I'm going to do is when I end this one, I'm going to go ahead and raid over to his over to his Twitch channel. If y'all are on YouTube, you can go and hang out with him over there as well. And yeah, I got it. So thank you so much, honey. My brain just stopped again. Thinking is hard. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do in a little bit. First thing I got to do is get all this mess cleaned up. That's first thing on the agenda. So we're going to go ahead and do the giveaway. So let me get the drum roll. And who's going to win our coffee cup? I love this. Ilka, congratulations, honey. So to claim your prize, there is a link now in the chat. So go ahead and click the link, fill out the form, and I will get this mailed off to you. First, though, I got to take pictures and show it everywhere. My brain has been going for 5.5 hours straight, and I actually stayed mostly on track. You see why I was going to try to break this down into individual things and how this wound up actually being a better idea. Although trying to do the edit, that's going to take a while. So I will try to have all of the links and everything updated as soon as I can. I will try to get it done tonight. It's probably not going to be tonight. It's probably going to be tomorrow, but I will do my best for that. Tomorrow I'm probably going to be playing Fortnite with my buddy Jax, probably. But this is going to be going out to Ilka as long as you fill out the form. If you don't fill out the form, I get to keep it. Okay. Anything else? And I know that this one for you guys on YouTube was really impromptu because y'all didn't know I was going live on YouTube today. I do want to know again, I had a couple people say that they didn't mind the long streams. I want to know what y'all think, including people, if you are watching the replay and you made it all the way here, thank you so much. Yes, thank you. Let me know if you like the longer streams. If you don't like the longer streams, you kind of what you want. Because you know what? The squeaky wheel is the ones that I wind up listening to. I guess on things, and I don't really know how accurate they are because I don't get enough feedback from y'all sometimes. So if you like them, if you don't, let me know. Auntie Cutie says, likey. I know a lot of the folks that come in and just kind of hang out on all the streams. Love it all the time. Do I ship to Europe? Well, this is a card. I do have global stamps. This one is a flat card too, so it shouldn't be any more than just a regular global stamp. Ask Ruth. I mail to Ruth. I mail to Adelaide. Ruth is in the UK. Adelaide is in Germany. And I have another one that is going to Norway that hasn't gotten there yet, that I don't really know why. Okay, so far everybody is saying that they like the longer streams, so I may start doing more of these. A lot of it's going to help me get more of my content out faster. And I will try to also go back and do edits and do edited versions from the live streams. I do like sharing my lives that are, this was pre-recorded on Twitch. That does happen every once in a while. Anyway, I'm going to say goodbye. I love you guys. First, we're going to go ahead and say goodbye to the folks on YouTube. Let me see if there's anybody that we are following that I can try to redirect off to, because sometimes I can find somebody and sometimes can't. So I'm just pulling up my YouTube to see what is going on over there. I do not see anybody on my that I'm following that is live. None of my subscriptions on YouTube. Okay, so we're just going to end on YouTube. I am going to recommend, though, that you go and hang out with Ryan, because I am going to go ahead and we're going to raid off to Ryan on Twitch. So bye to you guys on YouTube. I will see you guys later. Remember, I do go live on Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, so I'll be seeing you then. May see you sooner. Don't know. You never know what's going to happen. So bye, guys. Love you so much. Okay, so it's just us on